Hello, hello, and good morning, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Sir Kells, Curseword, Despotsini, Faraday Wave, Lord Ib, and Antiwian. As a fair warning, before I start playing some Spire here, if you don't know, want to know what happened to realized potential, turn away now. Now that that's out of the way, they died. So, unexpected. Thought I'd be playing some Battle Brothers today. But, figured I'd still wanted to play some juegos, some video juegos. So playing some Spire 2 since I've got that already configured, set up. I know I've got all my scenes set up and volume levels, etc. So Faraday Wave, trying to badger Slurgy into streaming a playthrough of Blueprints. Any interest from the regular viewing audience? We'll see if once we get some more folks here. Still not too many. This is not my normal streaming time. I did watch Faraday Wave play it a little bit, but anyway. But I've got my morning coffee, so I'm just gonna chill and play some Spire. And that's the plan. Haven't actually played that much Spire recently. It's just been like a Steam Deck playing while traveling sort of game. So, you're a big Spire fan? Me too. It's a good game, and I haven't. I've sort of stepped away from Spire 2. Like I haven't played it that much. Just haven't had the time. Like I said, pretty much just doing it when I'm traveling. Is it worth to going back and watch that last fight? I saw the first bro get one-shotted. Oh yeah, that's right. The first bro did get one-shotted. Yeah, I like going back and rewatching it like on stream. No, because I think what I'm gonna do. I mean, here's the sad reality. I think spoilers. Yeah. So turn away now, because I'm gonna talk about what happened. But I think the thing is like. Here's the thing that I didn't expect to be a thing. Like the big problem is that other elite enemies or named or like champions don't just get like a whole new ability. But when I realized that the Necromancer was casting Wither on like all my damage bros in that first round, I don't even think that champion was the champion undead hero was all that relevant. Like casting Wither on all of your damage bros when you're getting swarmed by all the other fallen heroes, it's like, oh, okay. This, I don't know. I've got all sorts of like design opinions, but I want to make sure that they're like constructive and not negative. But I don't think that there's any reasonable way to build a squad for that kind of fight. And I'm not saying, I obviously like called out like one very specific huge mistake tactically that I made in that fight. And certainly there's like this sort of push-pull between what's a tactical mistake and what's a build mistake that has a certain amount of relevance. But wait, what? Yeah, sorry. We ran into just like a random 10% famed item chance zombie undead camp. And I don't know. I dislike that champion necromancers gaining a new skill. No other champions do that. They gain new perks, but a whole new skill seems a bit dumb. And I was thinking like, this team is basically set up specifically to fight Ancient Dead. We've got the gunners with the fire ammo. We've got a spear wall. Looking at that battlefield, I was like, we've got like a way to sort of carve away the bottom. All sorts of reasons why I was like, okay, if any company can do this fight, it should be ours. Most of the bros were like realized potential. I don't know. It's a little silly that like, I don't know. There's just a lot of things where the tuning is just a bit off. The fact that we like just did a legendary location, which was fun and interesting. So You're not a huge fan of you need to kill this important enemy in the back fast enemy design. It just doesn't work in Battle Brothers. I agree, it just doesn't work. And not only that, not only does it just not work, like design-wise, but they made it so that you like kind of can't anyway. So like if there is a zombie orc in front of the necromancer and they have soul link, even if you know, opportunity cost, instead of taking some other damage perk, choose the perk where you can shoot behind enemies and cover more accurately, the amount of damage you do to the necro is actually still pretty low, especially with soul link, and you still are fairly unlikely to hit them. It's like sort of a opportunity cost of losing damage to do like a gamba sort of thing. And besides, depending on how the battlefield rolls, like in that particular example, we wouldn't have been able to anyway, because there were, well, I don't know, maybe we could have if we would have put ourselves in like otherwise terrible positioning because of the obstacles blocking vision. Oh, shoot. You're right. I should change the, I'm sorry. You're right. I should change the category. I gotta change the category. I forgot to update that. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, sorry running with Van Halen. You're right, you're right. How much emotional damage did you suffer? I mean, I don't know. It's just sort of like a disappointing way for the run to go out. The problem is that the game creates a sort of tactical combat option with a big payoff, but you don't have the tools to do it. Right, and the thing is like, so I was talking about this too. So that fight, specifically, there was the Necromancer with Wither, where it's just an infinite range spell that debuffs your damage. There's no counterplay to that. I built the Parry Bro for the Lone Wolf, you know, shenanigans, and this should have been, whatever, like a fight where that's good, and then the Hollenhuns make it so that that's not the case. Also, Hollenhuns going for the big flank is different from all the other zombie enemies. So, like, what I think the big changes to Hardened that happened since the No Towns playthrough that I really disagree with are all the ones where it's like, oh, here's a weakness for a type of enemy, let's shore up that weakness. No, like each type of enemy should have certain sort of tactics and things that you can do, which are really strong against them. And I think it is important for those to still be in place. So, Faraday Wave, thank you for the sub. Oh, I need to add the... Oh, I just realized, hold up. I've got the old chat up here. Should I fix that quick? Well, hold on. Let's do that quick. Let's do that super quick. This is gonna look terrible for just like a hot minute. Okay. There we go. It's a little bit better. Do you have the strength to try again? I just don't want to try again. That's the reality, is I like just don't want to try again. Mostly. It was, I just feel like it's also, yeah, I don't know. You wanted to be twice on screen? Well, you just type 2 messages. Also, hello, not delusional. Good morning. But yeah, I want to have strong enemies with big weaknesses. Like, I don't like that fallen heroes have anchor. Like, I don't like that all of these enemies have breakthrough and anchor and all these things that, like, I don't know. I don't want it to be where it just becomes a big stat check, because that's not interesting or fun. Like, I already kind of don't like that it feels like we're dependent on stacking damage perks alongside battle flow and all these things to just make it a big DPS race because you're taking away tactical options. Like, I want to be able to spear wall, I want to be able to shield push, I want to be able to push with a pike, I want to be able to think about turn order, bait enemies into certain hexes, where, you know, a faster enemy is going to occupy a certain hex and then not be able to attack because they don't have enough AP. Like all of those things that I think make Battle Brothers interesting. I don't want the design of the factions to be taken away from, like, moved in the opposite direction, and that kind of feels like the changes that were made were like that, and I don't, you know, I don't know. That's just my personal take. Yeah, everything is overpowered, bros and enemies alike. Yeah, exactly. Like, I want my bros to be weaker, actually. I want there to be fewer of those really good perks where I want to have, like, Highborn with a very specific set of perk groups and a bunch of perk groups so I can pick the most overpowered ones from each one. I also kind of want the squad to be just a bunch of lowborn because I think that's a more interesting sort of narrative tale. I also don't really like the tension between, like, old bros and new bros as much as just the strategic tension on the battlefield. So that's my hot take, and I think it's true. It just means I need a break. I was getting a little bit burned out from Hardened, but I might revisit Vanilla to explore the new content. And who knows, a Vanilla run with just Beggars and Cripples. Probably no Refugees because I think they're too strong in Vanilla. But just like one with Beggars and Cripples could be a fun little, I don't know, why not sort of thing. All right, so I'm seeing a path yonder way that I think seems all right. Could maybe hit up the shop, maybe not. Are you an oyster man? I don't know that I think oyster is super strong. I'm not super well versed in what is or isn't good in Spire. I'm sort of just going by vibes based on previous runs. But I like these two paths. I'm kind of thinking of just either grabbing the Silver Crucible or Small Capsule. I like the Silver Crucible, all right. Do I think I can greet out 3 elites? I think I probably can. Especially if we end up with question marks for the card rewards there. It's kind of cute. We'll just do that. Oh man, I haven't thought about how to play these turns right in Spire in like that enemy intent order. I'm trying to remember, it's the debuff, then multi-attack, then single attack. So probably we'll end up attacking this one. I think I had that. I think my intuition was wrong there. Yeah, because I think we kind of don't want to kill this guy, right? Yeah, let's do it, like, this might be about right. And then we'll either maybe be able to kill or maybe be able to block, or close enough to block. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. I guess Cinder's a pretty big damage card. Feels like an alright choice. Yeah, 24 damage is good. There's an okay chance of hitting a shop in these 4 question marks. Wonder if I just want to dive into the water. Sword of Stone is also fine. And we're going to fight 3 elites in this act. If I'd grabbed Sword Boomerang, maybe I'd be more likely to grab Sword of Stone. Still might. No, let's just do it. I used to think this was a terrible payoff, but then that was my like Slay the Spire 1 impression. Whereas now I'm sort of the belief that in Spire 2 you just want to avoid fights, like because the late act hallway fights are so hard, whereas you kind of want to take elite fights because they're not that much harder than the late act hallway fights. So you end up pretty easily fulfilling this condition. It takes forever to pay off, but I think you're pretty much always going to do it. All right. Boy, Perfected Strike is definitely better right now. Bloodletting definitely has the best high-end long-term. I'll go with Perfected Strike. We'd like some block. And let's abstain. Boy, this is disappointing. Man, sharp on the sword boomerang would have been great. I guess we'll make bash sharp? I don't know. Or possibly Perfected Strike. Yikes. It's kind of bad. Well, no, let's not do Perfected Strike. The only reason I'm kind of thinking of not doing it is, what if we get a chance to clone it? I've never had that happen, so I might do that. So, I guess we'll do... Honestly, I might just do Bash instead of Cinder. Take 2 for this fight, seems alright. Okay. Probably just go Tremble here. Trigget would be alright as well, but even though the damage, or the card need, or the deck needs some block, I feel like all the vulnerable stuff that Ironclad has is a little overtuned right now. That's my hot take. So I like this one. Ooh, this is a pretty bad fight for us. So if we get, if Perfected Strike is doing 24, we want to make sure we get them low enough. So like this guy, if we hit him with a strike, he's not going to be enough to kill him with a Perfected Strike, but like this guy we will. Tons of Vulnerable into Dominate is pretty reliable, yeah. Tons of Vulnerable into either Dominate or, oh shoot, I'm going to forget the names of the cards. Dominate or Colossus. Like those just are too strong, I feel like. That's my current impression. So I might actually use the energy potion now so that we can make sure we can Perfected Strike. So I'm gonna block and then we'll just like strike, strike, and then do that. That way we can kill this guy. And then Perfected Strike and kill this one if we draw it. Perfect. Just like that. Yeah, Bully as well. Yep. Yep. There's just a little too much that's too strong. And let's get this guy within killing range for either of our 2 Nukin attacks. Cool. Stable Serum and the Sturdy Clamp. The Sturdy Clamp! It's a pretty good one. Vicious is also pretty good. That's another vulnerable synergy that I think is pretty alright. Kind of just need more block. Like, I'm going to take the Vicious because I think it's good for the deck, but the deck needs block. The deck needs block. I wonder how much damage this is. It's probably quite a bit. We are out of the easy pool, so we're gonna have a hard pool fight here. If we take too much damage, I think that ends up meaning that we don't take the elites. I'm just sort of curious how this goes, though. So if we've got two 24 damage attacks, if we do bash and vulnerable on this guy, it'll put him down to 43 and vulnerable. So could be killed with like one of these two plus a strike. Actually, I might just do that. And then we'll eat 12 damage. Oh no, he gets some block. Oh no. That's a lot of damage. Got him. And probably hit him with a perfected strike and a defend. We're nearly on death's door. Probably should not have fought this, huh? Man, more damage? That's kind of not what we want. Took a quick look at the fight. I think your assessment's pretty accurate. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it's just not a... Like, the team is, at that point in the run, is insanely strong. And obviously there's a certain amount of, you know, looking at it through the lens of vanilla, where it's like, this is just a random undead camp near civilization. It shouldn't be that much of a threat. But I feel like design-wise, that's kind of how it should be. Like, I shouldn't have to assume that that could be a lethal fight. And even though, yeah, I don't know. There's a piece of me, too, that when I used the caca and I looked at it, I was like, maybe I should run. But at the same time, it was like, I don't know. If I can't take this fight, like, what am I even doing? Yeah. Yeah, the difficult scaling is too high. You feel like later in the game, some fights just become impossible, regardless of the strength of your squad. Right, and I think that's kind of dumb. Like, especially if there's no meaningful reward. Like, what was it, 10% chance for a famed? Like, that type of fight shouldn't be that difficult. Like, if it is, the design is wrong. Like, I can see an argument for the very largest scaling edge of map Sea of Tents fights, or crisis related contracts, or things like that, being able to really test the high-end squads. But the sort of random camps near civilization should no longer be team wipe worthy. Maybe you get unlucky and you lose a bro. Definitely. I think that's good if that's the case. But like squad wipe, that's too much. You fell asleep last stream. Are those spoilers? Maybe. I think the enemy scaling curve cannot be linear. It needs some sort of curve that is adjusted to expected squad strength scaling, different in the early game, mid game, and late game. Right. Because at some point you hit level 11, and even though, you know, named items are coming your way and stuff like that, your scaling as a player stops going up. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yep. Also, I'm going to grab the Molten Fist here. And I think I'm going to take the weak pot over the stable serum. Empty? Boy, could we die here? Wonder if it makes sense to do a weak pot. Probably does. And I think I'm going to do the Molten Fist just for more damage. And so if we hit him with the Cinder, and then we get Tremble Perfected Strike, so 24 plus 36 is 60, so it won't be lethal. So I should probably just... But if I do 24 plus 6 plus 36, that's 66. So I wonder if that means actually best to just do a strike here. Veteran perks could be a sort of solution to keep the player scaling going, but I feel toning down the enemy scaling is more interesting. Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't like the veteran perks. I actually think that change is a good one. Because regular Reforged has that sort of scaling. Alright, good. I'm glad I did what I did. So we can do the Perfected Strike, and then a Defend, and then Tremble. Oh, no, I can't do Tremble because that's a skill. Man, I guess let's get a Blood Wall. We need some block, like, really bad. Hello, Slurgy. I would like to apologize for cursing yesterday's stream, asking you to not kill my bro. Also, I would like to say that this end was sad, but also a little cinematic. Can't wait for Darkest Dungeon with Mighty Slurgy and returning glory to our estate. Hey, thanks, Corvus. Yeah, I might... My plan is... I wasn't ready to stream Darkest Dungeon yet, because one of the things I want to do behind the scenes to make sure it is an enjoyable viewing experience is... one, I got to get the game to launch in my goofy... ultra-wide monitor setup. So some games I have to do some configuration and stuff like that. I use it's one of the few like things that I've purchased that is just like a utility program, but I use a program called Display Fusion to set up my displays exactly how I want them. And sometimes I have to futz with some Display Fusion macros and stuff like that. But anyway, that's sort of just like an explanation, I guess. But I want to get, you know, game volume adjusted right. I want to get the overlays set up correctly. I want to set up my Stream Deck. I want to set up the actual way it works on my computer. It doesn't take that long, but I just wasn't ready to stream it today. So I think I'm going to set that up tonight, and then we'll get cracking tomorrow. When is the next queue? Is that relevant for... Oh yeah, I guess I can close the queue now, huh? The queue's been closed. Is that relevant for Darkest Dungeon? Like, can you name your characters? I have no idea. Like, I really truly know almost nothing about the game. Yes? Okay, sure. I'll set up a queue then. All right, so we can't fight the... It's unfortunate, the elite ordering here. Now that we have the Gremlin Horn, we can't fight our little tentacles. I think the path I'm likely going to take here, again, I think the hard pool fights in general are almost as hard as the elites. With the exception of Living Fog, that's kind of an easy one. But yeah, Skulking Colony is not that bad. I think I'm just going to use a Strength Pot in this fight to try to make it end faster. Unless I think I should save the Strength Pot for Lagavulin Matriarch, which maybe is just true. That might be true. We're gonna take damage here though. Like, quite a bit. And I suppose once we've got Cinder in play, we don't need any other attack cards, so I suppose exhausting one of those is fine. Honestly, even getting rid of Perfected Strike is not a problem. This is kind of going poorly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I guess we're dead? Yeah. Unfortunately dead. It's been too long. We can't do any more damage. Sad. Blood Wall would have killed me. So unfortunately, Blood Wall plus Defend also was lethal for us. And would Strength Bot have made a difference? I don't know that it would have. Well, no, I don't think so. Wrecked. That was probably a pretty generous start too. That's all right. We're not trying too hard here. We're okay with letting the Spire defeat us every once in a while. Silent versus the Kin, tale as old as time. Okay. I think Leafy Poultice is a pretty good one for the Silent. She's got some good cards. And she's got some good cards that are not Strikes and Defends. Poison Stab, Corrosive Wave. Okay. We can work with that. I think that seems alright. All the streamer does is lose runs, I'm out of here. True. I don't blame you. Alright, so let's start going here. We'll see if we want to go shopping. Probably won't be able to fight the elite, but we'll see. I don't like the lack of options on the left side. I kind of like the series of campfires and elites here along here. So probably we'll end up going that way. The early elite is maybe a bit ambitious. We're gonna need to find the right cards to set up with our corrosive nonsense. Hey, Claw's actually like a pretty good card now. Spire too. I think Claw's legitimately actually a good card. I really like the redesign for the defect. I think it's just like cool. Cool and fun and good. Sort of forgot how fun this game is. It's a fun game. How's the balance coming along? I don't know. I haven't played. There've been some patches and stuff. Is there a way to see? I think maybe that's from the main screen. I don't know. I haven't really played much. Like, I've played on my Steam Deck every once in a while. But I haven't really played, or like I've played a couple co-op Spires with friends. But Claw is Law, Claw's Law. Claw really helped you climb to Ascension 10. Yeah, it's a good card. The new boss is fun. I have fought the new boss. My hot take is that I like the one that everyone hated. I liked the version of Door Eater when it ate cards. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a Ricochet here. I think Ricochet will play well with like card draw and discard things that we're gonna want to do with Corrosive Wave. And it's a nice one to, like, for example, beef up with Sword of Stone. Could also make an argument for just getting money if we're gonna go to the right. Excuse me, go to the left and then hit up the shop anyway. And all we need to do is either draw a defend or, yeah, I was gonna say, we had the option to full block or kill. Ooh, these are all good cards. Since we're fighting the Kin, I wonder if Piercing Wail is the right choice. Otherwise, I would think maybe Deflect. Piercing Wail is a great card throughout the whole run. Deflect, I guess, is also maybe a better choice, though. For now. Especially if we end up trying to find some card draw to play off Corrosive Wave, like backflips and stuff like that. I don't know. Let's try the Deflect. You don't think liking Doormaker is a hot take after the release of Aeon on the main branch? Really? I don't know. I haven't paid much attention to the Spire zeitgeist, so I don't really know what people's opinions are on things. I've just been sort of limited in my own little bubble, happily existing. All right, Nibbit, you gotta die here, and you will. All right, Bubble is kind of cute, but we don't have that many sources of poison yet. I could grab another Deflect, and I think I'd actually be pretty happy with that. We have weirdly inexpensive deck right now. Okay. So something to keep in mind for the future, Permafrost, Cloak Clasp, and Dragon Fruit are gone. Gone from the pool of relics we could find. Splash is just like a super strong card to get us through Act 1 and even into the future. Splash is just simply good. So I could see myself just taking a splash and a black flip. Splash and a back flip. And be pretty happy with that. Yeah, loving Splash I think that's a good thing to love. Plus, whenever you play it, you can say, splash. And that's fun. I think I like that. Let's go splash and backflip. I really do like the redesign for the cost for card removes, which I realize is like old news now. Let's see. Could the extra 2 damage from Heirloom Hammer be worth... because let's see, if that does 20, then we have exactly 15 here, and then we just kill. So I guess I go with the Heirloom Hammer instead of Adaptive Strike. Even though it's not going to be good on the redraw. And can I avoid taking damage in this fight? I might be able to. Let's block it out. Depends on what our splash gives us on the cycle through again. So we could do Heirloom Hammer, then Survivor instead of the Poison Stab. I think that's better. So you said late game was too difficult. Would you consider doing a run with less restricting rules? You can hire stronger rows and do more spectacular builds in order to match the difficulty. I mean, here's the deal. I don't think that the squad that we had was much weaker. Like, by the time you get the realized potential, and most of the squad had realized their potential, like, you're a little more restricted and things were awkward to build around, but like, I don't think it's actually even that different. So, boo. So we're not gonna be able to kill here. Although, I guess I could do the Clarity Extract, draw 1 card and then he dies. Using the potion to save 8 HP. Is that worth? I was kind of hoping to maybe save the Clarity Extract for the Kin. That way we can make sure we're able to use it with Corrosive Wave. And that way we can maybe greed out some more upgrades in the campfires. Take 6. Let's just take 6. I don't know why I said 8 at first. Footwork is here. Footwork is fantastic, so we take it. All right, removing a strike. I love bridges. I love bridges. So yeah, let's get some upgrades going. I think I can probably greed out 2 upgrades. Splash is a pretty sweet upgrade. Upgraded attacks, better than regular attacks. Gotta love that bridges can't pick the same option now, huh? Yes. Although I kind of don't like corrective RNG in general. I know, Panquil, if you're a first-time chatter, you don't know my normal game that I play is Battle Brothers, and one of the things I like about that game is that the RNG does not self-correct. And I think that things being truly random actually is more interesting to engage with. CRNG mentioned, yeah. It's inescapable. Let's try upgrading this footwork. This might be too greedy, but we can rest after if this fight goes a little bit awry. Which it might, because this is a frog parasite. I guess we do setup strike? This got buffed. This number was not 4. This used to be 2 upgraded into 3? Boy, I don't remember. These are new numbers though. Huh, okay. I should have at least checked the change log. Yeah, I got buffed. Okay, cool. And I think I do the footwork instead of the strike. I don't know. I could see an argument for the strike, but we've got flex pot into our ricochet if we need. Would that be lethal if we do flex pot into ricochet? So let's see. So to do 8 damage 4 times. So 32 plus, yeah, it'll be enough. I think we just do the flex pot. And then yeah, let's just do that. I wonder if there's a better way to... Let's think about this. So if this is 32. If he dies via poison, that's actually better, right? So if we do 32 plus 11, that makes us do 43. Actually, here's what I should have done. I should have thought about this a little bit longer. What I think I should have done was actually do attacks before drinking the pot. There was a way of doing this such that we could get him to die from the 2 poison, and I think I just got rid of it. I think is what happened. Yeah, there was a better way of doing this by splitting the attack in kind of a goofy way. That was a bit of an oops, because now I have to pop him here. And then we're gonna be, like, we would rather him, I don't know, whatever. It'll be fine this way, but it could have been better. So let's do attack on this regular, I suppose. See if we can kill it. Next turn with 2 strikes. Disappointing. Yikes, is that literally all of our infections? Not all of them, but oof, that's a bad draw. That's a terrible draw. Yikes, that's really bad. Frog moment, yeah, Frog's kind of my nemesis. He's kind of mean. I wonder who it's best to attack then. Probably should just try to go for a kill. Play the Corrosive Strike just to feel sad. Maybe should have used the Clarity Extract there. Maybe too close to death. Oh my god, yeah, we're just dead. Wow! Let's do the Clarity Extract to see if we draw something. That's not gonna do it. Incredible! Wow. Actually, I'm curious. So I don't normally do this, but I do want to. I want to see what the difference would have been if we played this the exact same way and then did what I said about doing this more incrementally. So on this turn, yeah, so what I'm thinking is, so let's think about this just for a hot minute. So if this is going to do 32 damage, right, we've got 34, so what we need to do is, actually, let's not think about it with the poison. Just a little rush, shake it off, you got this. Oh, I'm gonna abandon the run when I just want to see what the difference could have been. Because this is like amazing that this very small thing, I think, is gonna have a dramatic impact. Which is kind of a cool thing. Anyway, okay. So we need to do 12 damage. So yeah, we're definitely gonna flex the ricochet, but what I'm saying is I did the flex at the beginning, and then there was no way to make it so that he died via the poison. You want him to die via the poison because then you get like basically a free turn of attacking the little kitties, and then you get the shuffle without the extra infections put into your deck. Now we got especially particularly unlucky with that. So like if we do one strike or whatever, and then we drink the flex pot. No, there's no way of doing it. There's no way of breaking that in this way. But you could make an argument for not even using the flex pot at all. So I guess it's going to be the same result. 32 plus 11 plus 3? No, I don't think there's a way of doing it, right? Because the potion's going to add the flat plus 5, same as the strike or neutralize, so it doesn't matter which of the two we play there. So we're not quite able to do it. So I don't think there's a way for the numbers to line up. Bar stream when? I don't know. Good question. It looks like a fun game. I've watched a little bit of you playing it. All right, so the Spire's been pretty brutal. I've had a little more luck with my Steam Deck playing on vacation. I don't know, am I playing too aggressive? I must be. All right, let's hit up shop before forking path with Elite. I like the Regent. He's fun. Let's do our transform. Maybe we'll get more luck this time. Manifest Authority and Supermassive. Yeah, they at least work together. All right. Huge? Are these considered good cards now? I've never disliked them. Mayhem. You had such a horrible transform today on Regent? Ooh, what was it? So I suppose we should Venerate here. And can we get away with blocking against this Nibbit? I think we probably can. I bet we just kill him. Prep time. I think we don't play the prep time because I think we'll just get a kill here. Wouldn't have mattered, but... Pale Blue Dot's got great like long term, but I think we just go with Know Thy Place because it's good for now, and I think always just totally fine. But I'd be curious, you know, all these things that I'm just saying off the cuff. I'd be curious what the, I don't know, consensus of people who are actually good at the game is. You had Pale Blue Dot and I Am Invincible. Actually made early game rough, but you won that run. Well, I Am Invincible is a pretty good transform, though, right? I mean, that's just like a really good block card. I feel like you can't be too unhappy with that one. I Am Invincible is like a great card. Yeah, a Pale Blue Dot early is bad. But I think if you just view it like you've got a curse for now, it's all right. I don't mind a Cosmic Indifference. I think another block card is fine, especially if we've got like good cards that we generate with Manifest Authority, or possibly like to put a Supermassive on top of our deck at the right moment, things like that. I think I like that better. I'd be curious if Forge is much stronger now. Sure. I guess we'll do Entropy. Let's transform run Cosmic Indifference here, I suppose. Conqueror. I suppose we play it then, huh? Alright, and I think we've got lethal, so let's see if we can do it in a fun way. I think Supermassive is fun. Okay, Guiding Star, Shining Strike, and Particle Wall. Particle Wall's got like cute long-term potential, but... Oops. I don't know, maybe it's good. I'm not sure. This is where I feel like a bit out of my element. Where if I was playing a lot more Spire, I'd have a strong opinion on this. Big reason why you won on that run was a Punch Dagger Shining Strike. Oh shit, that's cool. That's really cool. You already have 2 add cards to your deck themed cards. Yeah, we do. Like, we want to lean into that. I think these are like good anyway. Like, colorless cards are just good. So I'm happy to lean into this. None of these really particularly do, but I think they're better than skip. So I might just go Particle Wall. Ooh. Commons or the Chosen Cheese? Chosen Cheese could be pretty good now. Let's go with the Chosen Cheese. You can't hurt me. There's probably a bunch of enemies that have changed too. I could see some of the... Like, I think the ghost ship was changed. I don't remember how. Omni Slice. But I remember seeing that it was changed. Alright, we should be able to kill him next turn. It's pretty neat deck archetype that I feel is not easy to build into. I don't know, you think so? I feel like it's not that hard to build into. Like, there's a lot of different ways of creating cards, just in general, right? Like, I think if you end up with like Crash Landing, some things like that that are already kind of good cards, like Arsenal, like there's cute stuff. Pillar of Creation, like these are all really nice cards. Mostly late game enemies, you probably won't see them. I mean, there's Spire. I don't think I'm going to bother taking a Rotten War, even though it does create a card. I might just skip here. I don't think we want to Devastate. I don't think I want to take Celestial Might. Yeah, Retain on Particle Wall is really fun. Especially if you end up with ways of making a card free to play. Whatever potion that is. I think I'm going to skip here. I don't think I want these. We can keep the deck, I think, a little bit lean. Yeah, Touch of Insanity, that's the one. Yeah, let's go here and upgrade. I think it's upgrade Manifest Authority. Upgraded cards are a lot better than unupgraded cards. I think Spectrum Shift is actually pretty good here. I could see myself just buying that. Not normally a huge fan of that card, but it's kind of cute. Card remove is of course also good. Removing another strike makes the deck a lean, mean fighting machine. Does it upgrade to 1 cost? I believe so. Yeah. You buy Shift, no matter what kind of deck you're running, definitely needs an upgrade though. Interesting. Could be one of those cards I'm underestimating. I think it's pretty good here, that's for sure. Yeah, let's get it. Seems alright. And do I think I can fight 3 elites, or should I maybe just not be greedy? Because it turns out I think I was too greedy in the previous 2 runs. Just fight 2 elites. We can upgrade Spectrum Shift and then maybe, I don't know, something else. I like upgrading Spectrum Shift. I think that seems good. If you had rested instead of upgrading Manifest, I think you could have taken 3 maybe. That's true. Mercury Hourglass, that's a good one, especially with how defensive we're building up. So I could rest here. Though I think if we put out 1 more upgrade and most likely rest after this elite, I think with 36 HP we're probably okay. And I don't normally like upgrading Know Thy Place, but I think it's kind of good with like the Cosmic Indifference and all the card generation because that's sort of a way to spend energy. That's makes this feel kind of reasonable, actually. Or maybe just upgrade Supermassive. I guess these upgrades aren't really that big of a deal, huh? None of these really do all that much for us. Supermassive is big? Eventually. I mean, I think it's going to be pretty good for the boss fight, especially with the 2 phases for the Ceremonial Beast. Maybe that makes it better. I'm convinced. You've convinced me, I'm convinced. Burdonus? Oh no. It's going to be mean to me. Let's see what this generates. Fasten? Jorbs came out with a video recently explaining why just resting on every campfire in Act 1 is a very strong choice, because having HP for the Act 1 boss is relevant. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's right. Resting is... using HP as a solution for most of the bosses is totally reasonable. I think this fight will go on at least like 4 turns. So, do I play the Fasten? Probably do. I mean, it's Fasten. But then I'm thinking, I kind of want to Cosmic Indifference the Manifest Authority back on top, and I also want to play Spectrum Shift. I wonder if I don't play the Fasten. It's a Fasten Plus. Surely it's correct to play Fasten Plus, right? I'm not going to play the Fasten Plus, which feels weird. Finesse is a nice one. Let's see what this gives us. Okay. Alright, the game's trying to tell us something. I understand. I get it. I get it. I get it. We'll fasten. We'll fasten our seatbelts. I understand. I get it. That's fine. The game is attempting to communicate with us. We should listen. So I suppose we'll just Venerate and defend. He's starting to scale up pretty hard. We did put another defend on top. Our Supermassive is getting up pretty high in damage, up to 25. Let's greed it out. Let's be greedy. I think we're gonna kill him within 2 turns. And if we take a little damage here, we take a little damage here. So, is there a secret technique that we actually care about? Not really, but I suppose we'll grab something just so that if we draw with finesse, we can hit Falling Star. Though maybe, hold on. Alright, and then I think we will kill next turn. Let's see what this gives us. Thinking ahead. Alright, so he's dead next turn. Cool. Kill this turn, maybe yes? Oh, maybe there was a way. I was just thinking if we could full block. That felt like the easier path for my brain to think of. I mean, we could have killed him if we had drawn the... Yeah, if we'd drawn the Supermassive. I like Hidden Cache. I think with the Particle Wall and the Falling Star, I think this pretty much solves star generation pretty nicely. Begone is also pretty alright. Begone improves our Supermassive. Helps us get rid of stinky colorless cards that we create. Also lets us get rid of strikes. I normally really like one Hidden Cache, but maybe Begone is a better choice here. Huh, it's kind of interesting. I feel like it would be pretty rare for me to not choose a Hidden Cache when presented with the option, but I might not choose Hidden Cache. Yeah, Begone does seem pretty good here. And it's a good card in general, like it's totally fine. Huh, alright, let's do it. Let's lean into it. And we actually healed a lot in that fight, so we can upgrade. I don't think we need a rest. And I'm gonna upgrade the Know Thy Place. Maybe that's stupid. It's probably stupid, and probably incorrect. But you're not my real dad, you can't tell me what to do. Let's attack this back Nibbit, I think. And we'll end up just playing a defend and taking 2. Or maybe we attack the front one. Hey, look at that. Never punished. Kid Fox! Hey, thanks for the resub. Oh my goodness. Kid Fox, I have an answer to your question. Summer Guest. Summer Guest is the Owl Scare song that I really like. This is a very delayed answer to your question. Caught the end of the Harden run. The late game enemy and player scaling seem very misaligned. They do. They do. Oh, LOL, thank you. I saw your message at a time when I wasn't like in a good place to respond, and then I was thinking, oh, I know what song I'm thinking of, but I can't think of it right now. And then I just now thought of it. Thought the Hollenhuns were a bit much from the first encounter with them, but you're an extremely inexperienced Battle Brothers player. I mean, my problem with the Hollenhuns is Hollenhuns come with an enemy faction that only attacks with weapons, right? So suddenly, it's like they're shoring up a weakness or creating another thing that the player has to solve for that fight, making you even, like, reducing your strategic options. Like, I don't like Hollenhuns, one, attacking direct HP, because I think Hardened and just does not give you the tools to buff up HP like you can in vanilla. In a way that's just sort of unreasonable. And I also feel like, again, the fact that they work against Parry Bros in a fight where Parry Bros should shine, I don't know, that I just don't like that. Like, I don't think that each faction should have its weaknesses shored up. I think, if anything, they should be where they are even further aligned into their little pigeonholed strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, you want the undead faction to basically run at you and not do any weird flanky business. Yeah, so there's the weird flanky business, and the fact that they are a unarmed attack, and the fact that they direct attack HP. All of those three things go against all of the other enemies of that particular faction, right? And that's a problem. Why can't you parry a bite? Well, that's a good question. Anyway, do I take another Manifest Authority or do I grab Convergence? Because I really like Convergence. Retain is like the best keyword in the game. I kind of want to grab another grab Convergence here. Maybe keeps this a little more flexible. Hybridization is crazy for shoring weaknesses. Then you have stuff like Pirate Zombie Faction in Warhammer Total War that's like all the strength of undead. Then you get Artillery 2. I've never played that. Though I was playing a little bit of a Total War 3 Kingdoms recently. It's kind of fun. Good morning. What did you miss with Battle Brothers? Is the run over? Unfortunately, Slice the Elder, it is. We met our demise in kind of a silly way. Oh, sure. Undead technically have unarmed attacks by zombies dropping their weapons and biting. Yeah, but that one doesn't feel like a real attack. I don't know. Let's see. So should I do the Vuln pot here? Or should I save it for the Ceremonial Beast? Kind of thinking about using it here. Shockwave? Huh. I guess we'll Convergence and then Strike here. Suddenly we're swimming in different retain options. Okay, so we can make him vulnerable for forever. We can Catastrophe to play the Supermassive and the Strike if we wanted to. So we've also got Equilibrium, which is kind of cute here. Is there a way of using that in an interesting way? Right, so we know we're always going to play this one, so I think we just do. Could be gone away like a Strike, retain our hand. I don't think we want to retain though. Maybe we want to let this go and just generate new cards. The Catastrophe is really good damage. So we could Catastrophe, then Cosmic Indifference, maybe Falling Star on top afterwards. And that might be pretty close to lethal for next turn. Let the Catastrophe play these two. So then we would play our other card first, which I guess would just be Defend? Or we could Cosmic Indifference a Know Thy Place on top, Be Gone, a Strike, play that, and then if we played Catastrophe, is that slow enough that he's lethal? Probably not. Yeah, Be Gone is a great card. Be Gone is a great card. We could also potentially just simply Equilibrium, Cosmic Indifference, the Know Thy Place on top, Be Gone, a Strike, play that, and full block this turn, maybe kill next turn. That actually seems like an okay likelihood. So actually I might get rid of the Venerate. And then we're gonna, because we're retaining, I wonder, do we play this or do we save it? Let's save it for making it more slow next turn, even though we'll draw one fewer card. Fasten? So 41 damage. Let's see what Catastrophe hits. This will be fun. Convergence and strike. That was not fun. So I want to try to kill him next turn, I think. So let's just particle wall defend this turn. Hopefully kill him this turn, right? This is surely going to be lethal, right? With Thrumming Hatchet, Supermassive, yeah, this is lethal. Way lethal. Fennec Phoenix, hello, hello, Guten Morgen. All right, Alignment, Monologue, and Sword Sage. I don't really love any of these. I think this might be a skip. Nice lethal, yeah. Nice. 69, nice. I think we skip here. Monologue can be kind of cute with like convergence and some of the other stuff we're doing. I think we play a lot of cards per turn, but I don't think it's good enough. And I think we can upgrade here. Upgrading convergence feels kind of good, since we usually want to play it when we see it. Most of the time, anyway. That's mostly the reason for upgrading it. And I think we can get away with it. We'll see if that's true. What are you gaining with the star? The ability to play Particle Wall, among other things. Particle Wall, Fallen Star. I don't know. I think a lot of things. Again, like we always play it when we see it. Yeah, half a play of either. Yeah, that's okay. I feel like there's a weird there's a tendency, I think, for people to think about the difference the upgrade makes too much when you should be thinking about how likely you are to play the card as like a big portion of it too. Like I think that's a little bit of a natural trap you could find yourself in very easily. You love the Ceremonial Beast's design? I do too. I think it's pretty cool. All right, we want to try to find this Manifest Authority, and then I kind of want to play it and then Cosmic Indifference it back on top. Hey, look at that. Never punished. So let's play Nostalgia. It's often better to just upgrade the Star Spender. Yeah, but we don't have a good Star Spender to upgrade, at least at the moment. Okay, let's put this back in our hand. Okay. The game's being mean to me. So I am going to play the Equilibrium and I guess the Fallen Star. And we're going to fill our hand next turn. I want to make sure we draw 5 cards and we'll get an extra energy. We might be able to put him below 160 next turn. Alright, because Supermassive is already pretty big. I mean, we're definitely able to. Alright, so Know Thy Place, which we put back on top. Purity, let's get rid of some of these poopy cards. Which maybe includes the Scrawl, I don't know. I guess not, but... So it's Supermassive. We can either put that back on top or Scrawl now. Scrawl, which will draw all of these cards. Which will let us Know Thy Place again and be gone. Yeah, let's do that. And then let's be gone the strike. Know thy place, creature. Know thy place. And let's convergence so that we gain a little more energy for next turn, energy and stats. I guess we don't really care. I don't know, we might be able to even kill him next turn, potentially. He's just gonna do his prep for ringing next turn. This seems good enough. Oh my god, what is with all the scrawls? This is wild. Hey, EU-friendly Slurgy crowd. Hello, Luke Solus. Welcome, welcome. Alright, I put that on top. I guess I wanted to play the Supermassive first. Actually, it doesn't matter, he's dead. Okay. Wow, these are terrible cards. These are awful. I guess Dying Star is fine, but yikes. We playing Beta Branch? I am. I have it left on the Beta Branch, I think. Should be Beta Branch. Yeah, it's Beta Branch. But yeah, Neutron Aegis is not really very playable for the deck right now, and I don't know, a little bit questionable. It's a tough card to draw before you gain the stars in the first place. I guess Dying Star is fine. Maybe it's better than I'm thinking. All right, we're fighting the Kaiser Crab. Cool was playing beta yourself. It's hard to tell right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, they tend to. At least that's the way they were doing it in the past was a lot of like things added into beta, let it percolate, let it sit for a bit, and then push it to main. Aegis is one of the cards you only draft if you have a way to make it free, Scarf or something. That seems reasonable. All right, so Pale's Tears and Pale's Blood are both pretty good here. Pale's Tears kind of good if we're going to be generating cards and then we want to play them. Generally speaking, I'm a big fan of Pale's Blood, but I feel like with the deck in its current form, I think I like Pale's Tears a little bit more. Pale's Tears plays well with Retain. Pale's Tears plays well with generating random cards. Right, that's kind of like card draw. At least it's like another way to spend energy. It has mishandled the Chinese crowd a little. I don't know. I think the Chinese crowd... boy. I want to make sure I'm saying this in a way that's like how I want to say it. But I don't think that they mishandled the Chinese crowd exactly. I think that there's just a sentiment within that player base that shouldn't be catered to. That's, I think, the way I want to put it. That's my hot take. The game is in early access. There's a beta branch. They should do whatever they want with it. And maybe there's a lack of ways for players from those communities to be able to communicate their feedback, or feeling like their feedback isn't heard, and they need to make sure that they do it in the ways that are appropriate. That's my hot take. Yeah, but let's be careful not to. We're gonna put a timeout. We're not gonna insult entire groups of people. Let's make sure that all cultures, people, etc., are given the respect that they deserve. Just because of I don't know. There could be reasons for people to communicate in the ways that they do that are not good from our perspective, that we're not understanding because of their limitations. That's going to be my way I'm going to phrase it. So, review bombing is stupid. That I agree with. And I don't like that. Anyway. Okay. So how bad is this deck against the Act 2 elites? We're kind of bad, right? It's interesting because I think with Dying Star, There is a certain amount of Dying Star in the random card generation. I feel like the elite fights are really swinging. Both the Dorito and actually all three of the elite fights could go totally fine or totally a disaster, depending on our luck with colorless cards and draw order for Dying Star on the right turn and things like that. Even with Convergence can't help us with the Dying Star since it's got Ethereal. So there's a bit of a sensitivity to this deck, being able to fight multiple elites, at least without different sort of options to skirt away for an upgrade or campfire afterwards. We also have a decent amount of money that I want to spend. Hey, you have a good one, Rufin. So I think I like this path, hitting up the early-ish campfire, and then I think I like Pale's Tears here. Seems okay. I don't like going into this little section here. That feels a little questionable, probably. And I could go a different route, like up through here, and then fight just one elite, but why fight one elite when you can fight two, you know? So let's grab Pale's Tears. What kind of deck we playing? Regent was your favorite character. We've got some cool stuff with colorless card generation going on. Manifest Authority, Supermassive, and Spectrum Shift. So that's sort of the thing that we're leaning into. Unfortunately, we're not going to fully block the Bullbug. And I might spend all 3 energy here. And then just kill the back one. Oh no, what am I doing? I don't need to do that. I forgot he's gonna lose his strength. Whoops. I am not a smart man. Feels like a good flex spot turn. Maybe could have been. Mind Blast? Okay. That was maybe a little bit goofy in execution. Guiding Star, Radiate, and Glow. It's either Glow or Skip, I think. I think Glow is okay. Glow finding Dying Star, pretty alright. Glow if we're able to like put a Know Thy Place on top with Cosmic Indifference, things like that, also pretty okay. Card draw I think is a little bit looking okay with Pale's Tears as well. Maybe should have been Skip, but I picked Glow. Alright, so let's do Dying Star and then Be Gone on Strike and hit the back one. Oh, shoot. So if we end our turn without playing Convergence, we start with 4 energy. If we end our turn with playing Convergence, we start with 4 energy. Convergence, pretty good card. Salvo, cute. And so we could kill 2 this turn and still end with 1 extra energy. Or we could... I think we'll be fine. We'll be able to kill him here next turn. Excuse me. So let's Cosmic Indifference. Let's see, what can we... Oh, never mind. We have enough damage to just kill him. I am a smart man. Alright, Cosmic Indifference, Hidden Cache, Guiding Star. Hidden Cache is back again. This is where I think Spire gets really good. This is where I feel like my lack of playing Spire recently is being put to the test. Because this is, I think, is a... There's like a correct answer, and I'm probably not going to choose it. I know... Well, I was going to say I know it's not Guiding Star, but I guess I don't even know if that's true. But it's probably not. It's pretty hard to go wrong with a Hidden Cache, but we don't really need much star generation with the glow and the upgraded conversions. And I like Cosmic Indifference a lot with this deck right now. But 1 is often going to be sufficient. I think this is a pretty interesting decision point. And there will be an impact from it. Cosmic Indifference, Hidden Cache, or Skip. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I like this decision point, and I think I'm going to make the wrong one. Hidden Cache opens us up to some of the juicy payoff cards that we might see later too. And with Particle Wall, like if we happen to see whatever that relic is where you give something retain, then we can plop that down on the Particle Wall and then just feel like good about life. I don't know what the probability of finding a specific relic is in a shop is. Not super high. Oh, I hear Mango whining at the door. I think he needs to go outside. Ooh, Kifuda. And Black Hole? Okay, there's some cute stuff here. All right, I'm gonna be back in 1 second. Just gonna let Mango outside. Okay, I'm back. Susie decided she wanted to go outside too. She's a good girl. All right, the Kifuda is really a pretty cute relic. I like it. I like that you're able to put it on like non-skills. Or to put it on skills that don't otherwise generate block that you kind of want to play anyway. Like, when we see Know Thy Place in Convergence, generally speaking, we play those cards every time we see them. And then those, it scales with decks too, which is kind of nice. So like putting the Kifuda on that is, on those two at a minimum is pretty dang strong. Gives us more incentive to Cosmic Indifference than Know Thy Place on top as well, which I think we're often going to want to do. I was originally thinking we would want to do a card remove, but I think the Kifuda is going to be better than card remove here. I like Black Hole, but maybe we don't need that. We've got our own little black hole in this Mercury Hourglass. Let's go with the Kifuda. And I'm going to put the block on Convergence, Know Thy Place, and something. I could put it on Supermassive on the assumption that most of the time we're going to be playing this when we see it anyway. Not on our first shuffle through the deck, though, always. It does mean that if we find the like lighter or whatever, that it'll make it do extra damage. But I suppose if we enchant it, it means we also won't be able to put a different enchantment on it later. Like if we given the one that makes it do 50% more damage. So maybe we don't want to do that. Could just put it on Glow. Make Glow a block card. I think that's even more appealing if we upgrade it. These are all block cards. Oh my. This, I'd be curious if there's been much analysis done on this event. I feel like from the perspective of like a Spire content creator, they could do a super big deep dive on this. And maybe with the new tool that Jorb's made, whatever that thing is called, maybe some of that data is already there. But I'm really curious what the like implications of the different choices are here, because it seems like a really complicated analysis and I have no idea. Silent stuff goes well with Regent. Is that true? That seems to be the people tend to believe in silent in this choice for a lot of characters, and I don't know if I think that's true. All the Shiv stuff helps Supermassive. That's true. That's a good point. I think you're probably right that in this case it's probably silent because of the Supermassive in the deck and sort of leaning into that. But it's a really interesting event. Let's choose silent and see what happens. Slice, Untouchable, Snakebite, so those are kind of bad. Well-Laid Plans plus Bouncing Flask up my sleeve. Shadow Meld, Abrasive, Serpent Form. But yeah, Retain is always good. So I think Well-Laid Plans plus is good. Even if we have Convergence here, I still like Well-Laid Plans. I think it's still totally reasonable to choose this. So I think we'll skip from the commons. I think we take a Well-Laid Plans. And I'm thinking this is either Shadow Meld, Serpent Form, or skip. Serpent Form can be a nice kind of damage solve. Serpent Form is, I think, a genuinely really good card. Shadow Meld is kind of nice with the other Retain that we have. That way we're able to make sure we're playing it on the correct turn. And it's a little bit better now that we've added the Kifuda to a couple cards too. So we've got a little more like bits of blocks spread out throughout the deck. That does make it a little bit better. Reminding myself of the upgrades. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like with Pale's Tears and some of our card draw, Serpent Form might be better than it first appears. Because we're pretty often going to be able to play quite a few cards. And if we have Serpent Form in play, then with Particle Wall, if we find a potion to make it free, we have infinite damage. Is it correct? Maybe not. Is it fun? I think so. So we could play Serpent Form here. It would mean we don't get our Pale's Tears energy. I decided to go with it. So now we can do Dying Star Convergence. Then we'll have a ton of energy for next turn. Cool. Yeah, we have a ton of energy here. So let's make sure we play things in the right order. So we're mostly going to be doing block cards here. So let's start with a glow, see what we draw. Hidden Cache. Okay. We can Hidden Cache to play Particle Wall twice. So let's Particle Wall, Hidden Cache, Particle Wall, Venerate, Particle Wall. Almost full block. See what this draws for us. And let's Well-Laid Plans and Supermassive. And we'll hang on, or Well-Laid Plans and Spectrum Shift, and we'll hang on to the Supermassive. And let's hang on to Particle Wall as well. And I think this will be the only damage we take this turn. Should be able to just kill him. Pretty sure that's true. Right? Because if we do Falling Star and I think we've got to have lethal here, right? There's got to be lethal. It is. Another Particle Wall is here. I don't think we need another one. I don't think we want another glow as well. Now that we added some other big cost cards as well as the Hidden Cache. This might just be a skip. This feels skippy to me. Okay, so let's spend 2 energy here. I guess we'll do Know Thy Place, Defend, Venerate, and take a bunch of damage. And by a bunch, I mean 8. All right, so we're able to spend all our energy. So what do we want to put on top with the Cosmic Indifference? I'm not sure. I guess we don't have to spend it all either. I was thinking we'd probably want to play the Falling Star just to take less damage, but maybe that's not true. It probably is. So then we just put Be Gone on top? Be Gone or Know Thy Place. I mean, next turn he's not attacking. So maybe it's Convergence for next turn to make sure we get the right turn set up. Wait, what? Yeah, I guess let's do this one. I was thinking, we don't have Convergence yet. Okay. So let's do thinking ahead. Or do we want to be gone first? Let's be gone a strike. And then thinking ahead. Let's put the Dying Star on top. Seems good. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to play the Glow. But we'll be able to fully negate his next turn. Mind Blast. Cute. Actually, that might genuinely be kind of cute. There may be a way of using that in a way that's like genuinely kind of good. If we're able to make a bunch of dazed. Also, does Supermassive gain damage from the dazed that are created? I don't know the answer to that. So we're retaining our hand. I guess I'll just play the Supermassive. It doesn't? Disaster. All right, so let's do Serpent Form, Manifest Authority, see what we get. Scrawl, of course. So Scrawl into Mind Blast is kind of okay, and we can block as much as we need with a Particle Wall. So let's shuffle now. Though, maybe I think I want to keep the energy. Okay, so he's not attacking next turn, so let's just keep a bunch of damage. Hopefully we'll just be able to kill him. Yeah, I think he's pretty sure he's dead. I'm not using my potions. Maybe that's a problem. Kind of looks like it's a problem. And is Cloak of Stars good here? Cloak of Stars is okay here. But it might just be a skip. Keep the deck a little bit lean. I think the deck can remain lean, and with the cards that we have, feel pretty good about that. So I think I'm going to skip here. And do we rest before or after? Like, we're going to rest at one of these and upgrade at the other. I don't think there's any hard pool hallway fights that kill us with 35 HP. So maybe the correct thing is to upgrade here and then rest at the next one. Oh, Happy Flower, cute. All right, so we've got our favorite little scam vendor. Do I care about any of these? Not really. Like, I don't think we care about any of these. Happy Flower is okay, just in general, but a little bit questionable. But can kind of help with Pale's Tears, getting it set up in the first place, but Venerable Tea-Set kind of already helps Pale's Tears on the fights where we really want to make sure we're getting that extra energy. Ian Asir's Orichalcum. Low quality copper. I don't know, I guess it's a fine card, but I think there's enough like little bits of generated block that we got from the Kafuda would make it a little bit less appealing to me. Honestly, Blood Vial is okay for 44. Let's just grab that. So let's rest here. And then click on this Elite Fight, and then, ooh, it's a Dorito. And then I'm gonna go let the dogs back in because it's kind of hot out. I'll be back in one moment. Okay, I'm back. So, we're going to take a bunch of damage on turn 1, which does suck, that's for sure. Glad we rested. I think it's just going to be Serpent Form and then Well-Laid Plans on our first turn here. Who let the dogs in? I did. And can you see Susie? Is she on camera? She's barely out of frame, I think. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. And we're going to be ready to use a potion in this fight, even though our potion chance has got to be super low because, well, just pretty sure it's really low right now. So we will... We have a whole handful of skills. Let's see what Manifest Authority generates for us. Volley. Boy, that feels like the kind of thing we retain with Happy Flower and an extra energy, and then just maybe kill him next turn. And if we need to use potions next turn to make it happen, we just do. That's got to be the play, right? That's got to be the play. I think he's probably dead next turn. We could do some math, but I'm not going to bother to do the math. I think he's dead next turn. So we're not forced to do the vulnerable pot if we hang on to the Know Thy Place. Yeah, I think we just kill him next turn. So let's spend our last 2 energy so we can full block with the particle wall. So then we hang on to Know Thy Place and Volley. So how much damage is this? 22 times 6. He has 132, which is enough. So we didn't need to use the potion. Unceasing Top, kind of useless to us. Collision Course is okay, but is it even that good right now? It might not be. What we kind of really want to find, and we have not seen yet, is a... Pillar of Creation. That'd be a really good card for us. I don't think we've seen one even in a shop or anything. I think this is a skip though. I don't think Collision Course is actually necessary or good for us. It's okay. But the way the deck is transforming is more into just play lots of cards. Alright, I feel bad ripping the leech off because this guy seems nice. But usually that's correct. Ooh, Finesse and Panache are both really good. It's probably just Finesse. Because I think we just need a block plan more than we need a damage plan, especially with Serpent Form. So I think it's just Finesse. Colorless cards are the coolest. Yeah, they're really good. Anchor is excellent. And I think we'll rest here to make sure we're able to live through a Rocket Punch if we need to. The deck is feeling really strong. I think this... If I lose this, I deserve to feel sad. And let's Know Thy Place this direction. Full block. So we want to make sure we turn the other direction. I think we want to keep Dying Star in the deck. I think that's true. Let's Cosmic Indifference and Know Thy Place on top. So that we can make this guy weakened. And we definitely want to play, let's see. We can Begone the Defend. So Cosmic Indifference, Begone. We don't have to play Spectrum Shift this turn. I'd like to keep the Dying Star around. So I do want to play that. So maybe we don't play the Cosmic Indifference. Maybe we just use Begone to face towards Rocket. Nah. We'll wait one turn on Spectrum Shift. That's no big deal. Fasten your seatbelts. And so do we have... We do have a card that will make us turn to face towards Rocket, so I think we do that. So... we're going to play all three of these. Maybe I just want to play him on Rocket to do the damage. We're not going to block for very much next turn, which really sucks. We're actually going to take a huge attack. We're going to draw a card with Unceasing Top. Which could be a problem, actually, I suppose, depending on what it is, since we're not able to retain it. We're already almost full blocking. So I guess I'm gonna just attack Rocket. All right, that's fine. So we're not gonna play the strike here. Prowess is here. So let's Serpent Form Finesse. See what we draw. Could just Serpent Form Prowess Finesse. It's really not that big of a deal. Maybe I'd rather have the Well-Laid Plans in play. Yeah, I think let's just play the Well-Laid Plans. Take a bunch of damage. Feel sad, but accept that we took a big hit for a good cause. Bolas are here. Cute. So I think we can play the Prowess. We can Cosmic Indifference something on top. I guess maybe Finesse is fine. So we'll use Bolas as our direction turner. I'd like to play the Supermassive around now, but I'd like him to be vulnerable first. There aren't any urns that need the Bolas? True. And we'll put Finesse on top. And we're retaining our hand, so we'll just end like this. We're gonna have a ton of energy because of our Happy Flower and our Pale's Tears. Alright, really want to find some form of weak. Either Know Thy Place or Falling Star, and then we'll play the Supermassive. Start trying to get some damage rocking and rolling. There we go. So let's do Know Thy Place on Rocket. Try to get some damage in here. Okay, so if we're gonna kill him, let's do it with maybe next turn, actually. Maybe that's actually better. Or at like the very end. Final attack, just so that Crusher doesn't gain a bunch of block. So we could do Supermassive here and then Strike, Strike, Impatience, which will either get us Begone or Dying Star. So we'll do the supermassive this direction. But otherwise we're gonna face... Oh, right. I am a smart man who remembered that I had Serpent Form in play because I'm a smart man. Uh-huh. Because I'm smart. Right? You believe me, right? I don't think we take damage the rest of this fight anyway, so it's probably fine. Is that what Jack of all trades used to do when it was upgraded? Would it give you 2 cards? Is that correct? Did it used to do that? It might, maybe it didn't. Somehow that feels like that's not what it used to do. Okay, and we've got Happy Flower on 2 for the next act. Didn't end up using any potions? Just gonna hang on to these potions forever? Seems pretty suspect. Seems like a bad idea. Who up slaying they Spire? Just that one noob, hello, hello. New name? Interesting. All right, Tyranny I think is all right. With all the card generation, sometimes you just want to get rid of stuff. We don't need another Dying Star. Glad you're interested. What's the story behind the new name? Let's go with Tyranny. All right, so we're going to be facing Aeon Glass and the test subject. Aeon Glass is not a boss I've fought against too many times. Ooh. Meat Cleaver, Tri, Boomerang, and Iron Club are all actually quite good. I'm pretty interested in all of them. I'm interested in all of them. These are all good. Huh. So let's assess how many how much cooking we can do. Your story, you were craving some Slay the Spire 2 streamage and found you through that? Oh, okay. Actually, what's crazy is the way you introduced yourself, who up slaying they Spire, actually sounded like a different person who goes by a different name that shows up here sometimes. I'm normally a Battle Brothers streamer. At least that's been the game I've played the most by far. You're very new? I mean, I see that. First time chatter, but I mistook you as someone else renamed. My apologies. So yeah, Meat Cleaver, we could hit 6 campfires, and if we did that, we'd be able to remove all the strikes and defends. Is that good? We don't really need to remove all of them, and we could rest at the last site, of course. We do have like Begone to sort of clear things out a bit as well. Your wife asked you to play the game Thieving Gnomes, and you immediately thought of the silliest slurgy chatter. Yeah, do you afraid of gnomes? Do you? Try Boomerang's kind of cute, because I think Instinct is going to be very good on our Supermassive, and maybe we just need to make sure we're able to do that for the Aeon Glass and test subject fights. So do we need to cook? We like to cook. So then the 3 attacks that we would beef up would be Falling Star, Supermassive, and Dying Star. It's pretty good. And then Iron Club, I think, is also totally reasonable. Just stopping by. I'm impressed with your play. To get better, check out this other stream with 500k subs. We can teach you how. Man, that was a pretty good one too. Though still one of my favorites ever was the random sub. This is like fairly early on when I was streaming Battle Brothers by the name of Paid Chatter 9. Paid Chatter 9 will live forever in my heart. No, I think I'm going to go with the Tri-Boomerang. I think we've got enough ways of sort of thinning out the deck. We still have a card remove that we can do for 100 gold that I think is going to be good. You can never have too much damage. You can never have too many weapons. And I think making our Supermassive do more damage is pretty important to us. That was even before your time? Was it really Manifest Destiny's Child? That was before your time? Because you're kind of an old head. I didn't realize. Remember Little Turd though? Oh, Little Turd. Little Turd's still around apparently, which makes me very happy. Little Turd who showed up and is just like, this game looks dumb. Dude, should I play it? It's like, yeah. It's like, oh, okay. I know, he didn't say that. But do you wear wigs? It's a good question. Okay, so let's Cosmic Indifference the Finesse on top and play Convergence here. End turn, and probably kill him next turn, actually. Who is the Are These Low Graphic Settings guy? I don't remember. That was a pretty damn good one, though. I liked that a lot. Like, why are you playing on the low graphic settings? Legend. Wow, that's disappointing the way that ended up. Am I really going to take damage here? I mean, the answer is yes. But I don't like it. Maybe there was a way of doing this fight without taking any damage. There probably was. I think I didn't need to take damage in that fight. Splurgy channel lore is actually so chef's kiss. It really is. I don't know. We've just... There've been... I feel like I got lucky with some of the most, like, absurd, but completely random shit that has showed up here. I also love that Paid Chatter 9 had intended to change his name before chatting, but simply forgot. Well, right. That was his follow-up comment, if I recall correctly. God, so good. So good. Because, as you know, I definitely paid at least 9 chatters. And then I think Paid Chatter 9 stopped showing up. I think they only were here that one time. I kind of was hoping that they would make a reappearance. Oh well. You're unfamiliar with Battle Brothers? I'd ask you if it's good, but I think you know what response you'd get. I think you already know. Can confirm he paid me? Exactly. Ex-Czar Rus. Don't worry, your check is in the mail. You're still getting paid at least? Uh-huh. All right, do I want a Black Hole Plus? I don't think I do. I think we've got enough damage now added to the deck. Don't think I want to go that route. Even though it's kind of cute with like a lot of the little bits of star generation that we've got. I think I'm going to skip here. Now do that same word, but with a Mickey Mouse voice. How about Kermit the Frog? It's the best I can do for you. All right, I think I'm gonna skip. I don't think I want any of those. Oh my. I mean, if we were able to get just one of the tyrannies upgraded, there's really not much downside to Shatter. No Slurgy, I am paid Chatter 9 and a gnome. Darth Vader voice. Oh, you gotta put no Slurgy, I am paid Chatter 9 and a gnome. This is not a very good Darth Vader voice. No, I think we're gonna duplicate the deck. I think I like duplicating here just fine. Especially if we're able to upgrade one of the tyrannies. Not very exciting, but pretty okay. Lets us get a second Serpent Form in play, potentially. It doesn't really help us that much. Sometimes it does, but it doesn't really hurt us much either. Okay. Oh, also being able to get 2 different Spectrum shifts in play on our first shuffle through the deck decreases our like density of the crap that Aeon Glass adds, etc., etc. There's a lot of reasons to like it. All right, so they are attacking for 26. So we could do a weak pot on the turret operator. I feel like this game needs more enemy variety. I agree. I mean, I think their plan is to add the additional acts. And so when they do that, I think it'll be in better shape. I think our damage is going to be a bit random with the Serpent Forms and stuff like that. So I'm going to do No Thy Place on the Living Shield, I think. And then just attack him. I guess let's finesse first. Oh. Yeah, maybe we attack the turret operator, actually. Yeah, I think having different Act 2 and Act 3s, I think is going to be really good for the game. So what card do I want to put on top, if any? So have you heard of Iron Nest? No, I have not. Should I have? Alright, hopefully we'll just be able to kill the turret operator next turn. We should be able to, right? He's kind of a nerd. Yeah, he's looking pretty dead to me. In fact... no, I don't know. I guess Happy Flower on 1 is fine. So, does the addition of our bad luck make us value any of these cards any differently? Like, would we rather have a Begone? I mean, I think we just want to upgrade a Tyranny at a Campfire, and then we don't need to worry about it. I don't think another Begone really helps the deck that much. But yeah, what is Iron Nest, Fennec Phoenix? Like, do I want another Cosmic Indifference? Maybe not. Treasure, Letter Opener. I like Letter Opener here. I liked card remove, but now I like card remove less. I think the proportional impact of card remove has been reduced now with the extra strikes and defends. I'm kind of leaning towards just grabbing a potion belt and making sure we've got all 4 potions going into the elite gauntlet, or the boss gauntlet rather. What does Carpet do? It allows card rewards to contain colorless cards, which is cute. But I don't think we're going to see that many card rewards here. Pendulum I think is okay too, but I'm kind of leaning towards like Potion Belt and Colorless Pot. Beatdown is also kind of good here. Especially with the Instinct cards that we've added, but there's also a bunch of strikes that have gotten added in. Finally selling the rug from the first game. I know. We've been upgraded with a nice, clean, beautiful rug. It's a heavy turret simulator where you operate every aspect of the artillery piece. From ranging the target to firing the guns, it is first person, so it might not be for you. Huh. Is it more like a simulation type game or a... I will say this, the one cool thing about that game as you just described it, is I've not heard of a game quite like it before. Which I think is a good thing. Like, I like when games are innovative, so we don't see the same thing over and over again. Unless that first formula is really, really good, like Slay the Spire. Okay. So hopefully we don't have too much of a problem with this fight. So I think we want to go after the Magi Knight first. I'm pretty sure that's true. I think the dex damage is a little bit slow, but with the Supermassive in our opening hand, I feel kind of okay. It was developed by 2 people. Cool. Query, have you played Darkest Dungeon? Okay, just that one noob. Literally, my plan is to play Darkest Dungeon for the first time in my life tomorrow. I'll put a go live announcement. I should be going live tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central US time. So if you want to check it out. All right, I think I want to try to not use a potion here though. So I'm gonna hold off on using a pot. I was thinking about whether I wanted a fish oil, and I think I'm not going to. And I think we're gonna go after the Magi Knight here. Darkest Dungeon is very fun. That's what I've heard. People like it. Usually these things are popular for a reason. All right, let's get rid of Hidden Cache? I guess we're getting rid of Hidden Cache. Actually, maybe I get rid of Be Gone? No. Yeah, because I think I want to play all of these. And I think we'll put the Supermassive on top. Good tunes, good narrator, abysmal chances of everything going well. That's kind of my thing. Thrumming Hatchet. Yeah, I think we like that one. So we'll play the Supermassive Thrumming Hatchet and Cosmic Indifference on this Magi Knight, and then we're just going to take a bunch of damage. He's going to steal our upgrades from us. Your upgrades are no more! So what do we want to exhaust here? Wow, this is a pretty nice looking hand. I suppose Venerate. We'll play Particle Wall twice. I think that's good enough. So we can kill Magi Knight with the Supermassive and Thrumming Hatchet, which will put our upgrades back in place. Could see what Manifest Authority gets us first, but we can get it upgraded. Maybe I like that better. You're a huge Spectral Knight hater? Oh, he's alright. He's just misunderstood. Alright, so we're probably going to play the Dying Star. So let's know thy place here. Yeah, the card degrader, the problem with the card degrader is just that after a certain point, he becomes Big Spook. he does that huge attack on either this turn or the one after. I can't recall. So let's see. Do we get rid of Tyranny? Will I have enough damage to kill one? Alright, so if we Falling Star... So let's see. 17 plus... 15 plus 7 plus... Let's see, 10 plus 10 is 59. So no. So do you think the bombardment synergizes well with Tyranny? Yeah, I would say so. What could Catastrophe hit? It hit some good stuff. So let's get rid of the Tyranny. I mean, I think that's what we're gonna do. So I could just simply Falling Star and then play the Catastrophe. I think there's a decent number of things that it could hit. The Dying Star, the Serpent Forms, that are all pretty good. And then we just sort of adjust based on that. Or maybe I just play the Catastrophe now. No, I mean, I think we're gonna do this. That was boring. Yeah, so we're not able to kill. Do I do the 22 damage, or do we just want the energy? I guess we want energy. You'll probably be late to that stream tomorrow, but hopefully you'll catch some of the end, depending on how long you go. Hey, glad to hear it. Yeah, so we're gonna take some damage in this fight, mostly on this turn. Dark Shackles is good here, holy. Now, I don't think we've seen our bad luck yet. We do need to be careful about drawing that with Glow. Please don't draw it. Okay. Oh, I should have played my Serpent Form. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. Noob alert, noob alert. Could have done a little bit of extra damage there. Hopefully that won't make a difference, but it might. It, like, definitely might. Alright, I think we're gonna be able to kill here, though. Yeah. Oh, maybe should have waited one turn for Happy Flower. Oh well. You don't usually wake up for another hour? Nice. Good. It's the weekend, you should. You should relax. Enjoy yourself. Let's skip here. I don't think we want those. Oh yeah, we're happy. We're very happy to trade 100 gold for a random relic. Lantern. All right, Lantern's pretty nice with the Pale's Tears, though, realistically, because of Venerable Tea Set, not that big of a deal. So I think let's rest. Make sure we're... Hopefully that this elite will be less than 23 HP worth of damage. You tried for hours, but body decided it's awake time. Yeah, that happens. Some days are just like that. And I'm hoping that we get a potion reward from this fight. So we've taken 12 already. Maybe that'll be the last damage we take. We'll see. All right, Well-Laid Plans is here. How powerful is 23 Serpent Forms in a cave? Pretty strong, it turns out. So I don't think I want to keep this Defend. Even though we could Well-Laid Plans it. Just do the tiny bit of extra damage. Yeah, that's better. Let's retain this. for his big attack. And we'll probably let Dying Star just fall off. Ooh. I don't know, I mean, I guess 19 damage is 19 damage. Makes it so that we're actually able to apply vulnerable with like a weak with a know thy place or falling star. Sure. Cool. So we're able to do the falling star. We like that. And so, what do we want a Cosmic Indifference on top? Manifest Authority? Rolling Boulder? Huh. Boy, even though he's weak and Dying Star is going to reduce his damage by less, maybe I still just Dying Star here. I guess I could also Particle Wall twice after Hidden Cache. Maybe I just do that. Weekend Slay the Spire stream, let's go. Whose PP shall we discuss? Oh man. The choices are endless. Yeah, let's hang on to all these. Still hopeful we can kill him here soon. Do we need or want the Rolling Boulder? I'm not sure. Definitely play this one. And I think we play Hidden Cache Spectrum Shift. He's gonna put a lot of junk in our hand. I don't think we're gonna play the Rolling Boulder. We're still gonna keep the volley for a big explodey turn. All right, Supermassive's gonna do super big damage. Beatdown is here. We don't need both particle walls. So Happy Flower's on a good number right now. Okay. Skill pot, bag of prep? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. This is great. That is wonderful. And I think this might just be a skip. Though, I don't know, Cosmic Indifference is still kind of sweet, but I think this is just a skip. We don't really want or need a Bulwark either. I think we almost like kind of don't want to make a Sovereign Blade, just because I think it's pretty easy for our hand to get filled up by the end. I think we skip. I think we skip. Excellently done. Well, thank you. Ugh, a bunch of Scrolls of Biting. Gross. Thank you, Anchor. I'm gonna be Gone the Serpent form and see if we can kill this front one. Or the front one that's attacking. Yeah, so we can. So now maybe just play the Tyranny? Yeah. We'll see if that ended up being incorrect in a moment. Okay. Now, unfortunately, it looks like we're still going to take a bunch of damage. Could potentially use a potion here. Feels like a pretty good idea. We are going to be able to draw a card from our Unceasing top. If we do a skill pot, we'll be able to play 3 skills with Letter Opener. Ooh. Let's draw a whole bunch of cards. All right. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Your wife, rest in peace, loved the book Elite in Spire 1, called it Stabby Book. Oh, the Book of Stabbing? Yeah. Also, I'm sorry to hear about your wife. Rest in peace. Child of the Stars is here. We never did find a single offering of Pillar of Creation. This deck would have loved one of those. Also didn't get a potion reward here. Feel a little scammed. I think Child of the Stars is still pretty good. I don't know if it's that good though. Passed a little over a year ago, keep pushing on. That sucks, dude. That sucks. But yeah, just gotta keep pushing on. And those things always get easier over time, despite how it might not feel like that at any given moment. Very stoked for your Darkest Dungeon playthrough. Should be tomorrow. I should put that information in the stream. Well, I guess I need to figure out exactly when I'm going to start. I got to talk to my wife when she gets home, because I might make us Sunday morning breakfast, as I often do, or we take the dogs on a morning walk, which we also often do. So I'll figure out a good start time. I'll put it in the Discord. I know that the Spire streams are a lot less popular. That's all right. Maybe his Darkest Dungeon will be as well, but I'm looking forward to playing it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we grab a Child of the Stars. It's such a good card, and it's comes upgraded, but it's actually like not that good here. This might just be a skip. And I think we want to rest here. And I don't know. This could be a little bit sketchy. This boss gauntlet. What is this? It's a weird opening hand. We're only able to play one of the Dying Stars. Now, is this the fight where we're going to use potions? That's the real question. Like, is this the fight where we use a fish oil and think that test subject we won't need it? Like, is this fight harder, like more difficult for us than the test subject? I don't think it is. I don't know. Did the Dregs run come to an end? It did. It did. Unfortunately. Yeah, I think the test subject fight will go longer. And I think we'll want to use the flex pot maybe in the first phase of the test subject fight. Like, that's more likely. So I'm going to use the fish oil here and probably save the other two for that fight. This will get us a little bit of bonus block here. Ow. This deck almost kind of wants to play the second Tyranny, doesn't it? Do I like that better than the well-laid plans? Maybe I do. And then I think we just play all the other cards. So getting rid of well-laid plans feels a little weird, but by playing the Particle Wall twice with all the other cards, we are going to get a Wither, which I suppose is fine. Yeah, because we'll be able to full block here. Actually, I suppose if we know thy place... Actually, I suppose we don't need to play the defend. So we don't need 2 particle walls, that's for sure. And we don't need this defend. Mind Blast! Wither +1. Alright, let's get rid of this bad luck. And the strike? Or maybe we only need 1 of the falling stars? Because we're going to play a particle wall this turn. 1 particle wall, 1 falling star just to make him weak. Yeah, taking a little damage. Alright, found ourselves a volley. That's really good. Let's get rid of a strike. And... Venerate? We're going to be making a Wither here. Yeah, that's fine. Prolong? Oh, we like that. In fact, we're going to Cosmic Indifference the Prolong on top at the end. So he's doing 32, and we've got the Wither here. So I might not play the other Spectrum Shift. We can retain it and play it. I think that's okay. So let's keep Spectrum Shift and Volley. Yeah, because we're going to want to play the Spectrum Shift. Cool, let's get rid of a defend. And we don't need the second well-laid plans, actually, like at all. So let's go Serpent Form. And Spectrum Shift, Omni Slice, Prolong? Now we'll hang on to Begone and Volley. Got ourselves a Splash, a big Mind Blast. But he's also doing a very big attack. Is this a problematically large attack? It kind of is. We've got a lot of block though, so. Thank you, Prolong. Production! That's pretty good here. We like that on this turn with all the stuff we got going on. Let's splash. Whoops. The next power you play costs less. I don't think I have any powers left. I guess it's FTL, which isn't gonna go into effect, but whatever. Begone, Wither +2. Begone! And we've nearly got him dead. 12 times 6 is what now? 72? Yeah, nearly got him. So we're gonna get him next turn. So let's put Mind Blast on top and then play the Scrawl. Alright, he's dead. So do we want to start with our Happy Flower on 2 if we can? I think we do. It does matter to us. May not be able to do that, but we'll see. Actually, we're definitely not going to be able to do that because I think we're going to do too much damage with our Serpent Forms to be able to block it out. Yeah, we're not going to be able to. We are going to have to kill him. I mean, that's fine. Happy Flower on 1 is good enough, hopefully. We'll see. I don't know. This could go either way. I feel like this could go either way. All right, let's start with a Finesse. I know Thy Place is going to be played. Wormdog Zard. I suppose, yeah, he does kind of have all those parts, parts to him. Play the Glow. So I think it's just going to be Tyranny Strike here. We're vendoring shinies? We're vendoring shinies. Do we have lethal here? With a Serpent Form and Falling Star? I guess it depends on what Finesse draws. I kind of want to play both Spectrum Shifts. If we need to play the Colorless Pot on this round of combat, I think we do. More like Knob, Book, Nem. Gremlin Knob, Book of Stabbing, Nemesis. How do you see the Book of Stabbing in there? You were stuck in the past, ignore that. Yeah, we've moved on. Another Serpent Form. Alright, let's play this Colorless Pot. Beat Down. Yeah, that'll do it. So then let's do Convergence and a Spectrum Shift. And we'll be able to Serpent Form Spectrum Shift. Okay. The Book of Stabbing is the oh, I see what you're saying. Like mechanically. Mechanically it's like those. I agree. I agree. Okay, I think I like Fasten here. Do we need the second Serpent Form in play? We sure like it. Let's get rid of the Strike. So do I get to play this other Serpent Form? Maybe the answer is no. The answer might be no. Maybe we don't get to play the other Serpent Form. I don't know, if we Cosmic Indifference so let's see. If we Cosmic Indifference Know Thy Place, and then Be Gone to draw it, that'd be enough to play the Serpent Form. No, I think we don't get to play the Serpent Form. I think we're going to rely on the Supermassives at this point to do our big damage. So I think we'll end up just begoning the Serpent Form and playing the Spectrum Shift. So we can do Manifest Authority, see what it gets us. Rolling Boulder? That's pretty slow though. So let's do boy, I kind of feel like I need to play the Spectrum Shift. Kind of feel like I want to play the Supermassive as well. But maybe Fast and Defend is just the play. Make the defense good. Yeah. Alright, so Dying Star is excellent here. Do I exhaust Panic Button? I guess so. No, I exhaust one of the particle walls. Because we'll Convergence. We don't need two particle walls. We're going to be able to well-laid plans here soon-ish, I believe. So what do we want to put on top? Maybe just another Dying Star for next turn. Seems alright. He's still hitting pretty big. So I think we like the defense now that we've got, let's see, do we have lethal? No, not quite. And we've not yet found our well-laid plans, nor our bad luck. So I'm mildly nervous about, I guess if we find the bad luck, it's fine. So I guess we exhaust Panic Button? That feels weird. But I think we do. So let's Supermassive Dying Star, and then we'll play Impatience. Oh no, we have two Dying Stars. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, we don't need two Dying Stars, it's true. So I guess I'm not going to play the Impatience, which maybe is fine, because we're about to hit our bad luck. So let's play this just to make it play a card. And honestly, kind of leaning towards letting him stay in this phase, so I'm not actually going to hit him with the Supermassive on this turn. We want to play through our deck. Got him. All right, so we got our well-laid plans. That's good. So let's do Falling Star Strike, and then we can Impatience. Well-laid plans, this guy, and could be gone the strike now, and then hang on to Know Thy Place and the card that it makes. Or unless I'd rather just have the defend. Could have kept the panic button? I don't know. Yeah, I could have gotten rid of the other Dying Star, would have been better. But the panic button, I don't know that it helps us that much, actually. Yeah, let's get rid of a strike. But maybe we hang on to defend and Know Thy Place. Final phase of the final fight, so. I don't think we're going to play the Rolling Boulder, but I don't think we're going to play the Strike either. Maybe Rolling Boulder is less likely. I think at this point it's pretty pointless. Prep time! Prep time could be good if we end up finding a multi-attack that we end up creating. It's unlikely, but I guess possible. Maybe the play is just one of our souped up defends and Tyranny. So we're full blocking because he's hitting us for 24. Batman beats everyone with prep time. Mm-hmm. Eternal armor? Do I get rid of these? That seems weird. I don't care about Eternal Armor. Let's play the other Spectrum Shift. There we go, there's a supermassive for us. Lose a Finesse? No, I can't. I could never. Can't bring myself to get rid of Finesse. It's so cute. Pop. Yeah, Retain on Particle Wall is super nice. Alright, and we've pretty much got him. We just need to find, maybe even just the Beatdown. Beatdown or Supermassive. Oh no, we're burning! We're burning! Alright, so we got our choice on how he's gonna die. Do we give him the beatdown and let him die randomly? Or do we do the catastrophe so that we can play Supermassive? We can do both. Which one do we do first? You like both? But which one first? Because I have a feeling that whichever one it is, he's gonna die. Let's give him the beatdown. Yeah, and by I have a feeling he's gonna die, I guess it could have been 3 strikes and he's still dead. So, I mean, I had a feeling. I've arrived again! The loud fool returns. I'm neither loud nor a fool. Face me! Blap. Victory? Yeah, that was a fun little run. Let's do another. Got a big deck. Big deck is here. All right, let's do another. That was a fun one. Turns out if you just get off the ground and get through Act 1, things go well. I like Necrobinder. I've always liked Necrobinder. Ever since the start of Spire 2. Big deck energy, you love the regent? Yeah, I like the regent too. I like the new characters. Oddly enough, I feel like the characters that are in the weirdest spot, like I don't like how Ironclad has a couple standout way too strong cards, mostly involving enemies being vulnerable. And I feel like Silent is almost kind of boring to play. I prefer the other three, the three last characters. What's up, Slurgy? How's the Spire going so far today? Going okay. Had a couple false starts, but we just won a Regent run. That was pretty fun. It was a pretty fun run. Ironclad losing the status archetype feels weird to you? I'm okay with them losing the status archetype. Like, I kind of like the junk robot in Defect. But what I think is off about Ironclad is there's way too much and way too strong of cards involving vulnerable and not as many good cards involving the exhaust. Like, I feel like Ironclad feels a bit off right now. And I don't know exactly what direction it needs to go to feel on. But it feels a little too one-dimensional. And maybe it's just because I'm bad, but two things can be true at the same time. Silent ends up with the same Shiv stuff almost every time. I don't know. I feel like the poison cards for Silent are really good. Okay. So Niao's Bones, back when it first got introduced, which is when I was still playing more than just like every once in a while on my Steam Deck, it turns out was, in fact, giving debt too frequently. That was an interesting thing to read about. I still don't know if this is worth, because I think Precise Scissors is incredibly good on the Necrobinder, because getting rid of your strikes and then just building a big, beefy Asti is super reliable. So Precise Scissors is probably just the way to go. And then we try to get card removes and such. And this might be a little bit aggressive for a first elite, but if we're able to maybe buy potions at the store, that might be enough. So let's do Precise Scissors, get rid of a strike. Easy pool fights, I think, should result in no lost hit points. So I expect we'll see a second one through the question marks. Kind of hope we do. Blap. Bye, Asti. Take damage. Feel sad. Oof. Bad shuffle. Watch your Ori riot and glass orbs of the electrodynamics at home. I mean, that's true. I think we don't take damage. Yeah. Without access to statuses, Clyde doesn't have enough stuff to effectively burn. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I kind of feel like it should just be where he's incentivized to build a large deck. Oh, wow. Dirge, Grave Warden, Defile, these are great. I mean, it's Dirge or Grave Warden. Generally speaking, I am of the see Grave Warden, take Grave Warden philosophy, but an early Dirge could be kind of nice. Anger Gaming, yeah, Anger Gaming. I really liked, very specifically, Dark Embrace Anger against the old Doormaker, where you could go infinite on phase 3 by just like Anger, draw card, Anger, draw card, Anger, draw card. That was fun. You don't like Defile? No, not really. I mean, I feel like Necrobinder, you just want to focus on playing defensively. Necrobinder's maybe a little bit off design space-wise as well. it's too incentivized to play too defensively. Turns out built-in barricade body slam is pretty strong. I'm gonna go with the dirge here. That might be wrong. I think the dirge is a little slow, which maybe we shouldn't be doing right now. Prowess is good. Omni Slice is fine, but I like Prowess like a lot. I mean, if we're able to upgrade the Prowess, we're pretty set for the run. I don't know. Is that true? It's kind of true. Omni Slice helps us get through the act a little better. And I already did one greedy choice. Let's do a second greedy choice. When in doubt, greed it out, you know? We've got a good potion for the first elite. So that's good. I should be able to kill him this turn, I think. Bonk. Okay, a reap is alright. Sure. Alright, so what do we want to do here at this store? The greed play is just card remove on a strike. And it might be the correct play, even. Nothing else here really appeals to me. Swift Potion could be good with the Blessing of the Forge just to get through the first elite. Make that nice and cozy. Potions aren't amazing. I mean, I think the Swift Pot is kind of okay with the Blessing of the Forge that we've already got. Clearly a second Dirge is the play, yeah. If we had a Chemical X, then I'd say yes. Who knows, maybe we'll still see one. I'm gonna go the greed play. We'll abstain, we'll just heal. Pray for Necromastery? Yeah, Necromastery would be really cute here. Let's upgrade our prowess. Okay. Terror Eel I think is a good one for us to face. We should be able to live through the first phase infinitely, basically. Oof. That's a bad draw. So if I do Blessing of the Forge here, it makes it so we take very little, and then I think we don't take any damage for the rest of the fight, but I kind of wanted to find these cards, like these ones, and upgrade the defense. Because I think we can just make Asti bigger and bigger and bigger. And simply win that way. That's fine. Take our 5 here. We'll play the Dirge here soon. Guess we'll play it here now. So even though he's got Vigor, I'm kind of tempted to just play the Unleash and then Soul. And I think we'll be able to kill him before he attacks again. Maybe not. I guess we can play the Defend here. So could break him now. I don't know, I think we don't have to. So now we could. Bodyguard or Unleash, next turn. Unleash if we got it, Reap if we don't. Did you see one energy dirge while... Yeah, you did. You did. You did, in fact, see a one energy dirge. Alright. Flap. Just hurts, yeah, I know. Ooh, Bag of Prep is crazy good. Pull aggro is alright, I think. It's a little less good with the upgraded prowess. I think we don't take it. I think I just skip here. We can keep this a lean, mean fighting machine. Wisp is a little bit better with the Bag of Prep here, and the Dirge. And the Reap. I normally don't really like this card, but maybe I should consider it. Maybe Wisp is actually good here. With Bag of Prep, Dirge, and Reap all in the deck. I'll grab the Wisp. So I kind of want to upgrade here and fight an Elite. It might be greedy, but I think we can. And so I'm going to upgrade either the Dirge or the Wisp. Giving it Retain is actually kind of okay, but let's go with Dirge. Make it a little more playable. Joss Paper? Okay, that's really good. Greedy Gaming? I think we can get away with Greedy Gaming, though. Alright, so let's Wisp here so that we can do a strike on the back boy and then potentially kill him with Dirge. We also have the Explosive Ampule, which is good. It's your headcanon that the Necrobinder used to be the Watcher, or they're related to the Watcher in some way. I like that. I think that's good. This is a good fight for our potion. This is the fight that we're probably worst at. That's for sure. They were roommates? They were roommates. So we play these two for sure. I think we take one and we accept that. And we just blap here. Yeah. Broommates? What are they, witches now? Oof, Dirge. You're late. I think I'm gonna go defend, bodyguard, strike, and we just strike this back boy. Take some damage here. So, strike here for sure, and then, is it Dirge? Or do we just play... I mean, the souls don't help us that much. Not really, anyway. I'm gonna do it so I can play the Unleash and then put it back in the draw pile. Or maybe not. Maybe I just... block here. This guy's about to do his big attack. I think I maybe played this wrong. Let's find the bodyguard first. So then if we do 13 here, we can kill next turn with just a strike. I think that's the play. And then this guy's going to do his big attack next turn, and we'll just be able to reap him, and this guy will hit us for a lot, and that'll be the last damage of the fight. So big ouchie here, but I guess the draw here next turn could be a problem. I guess the other alternative is this guy's going to be buffing next turn, so we could reap the front boy. Maybe that's better, so we just try to come close to blocking it out. Oh, we do, I guess, with Osti. No, that was definitely the correct play. So that was like a guarantee to be better, in fact. I almost misread that completely. All right, Lantern's very good. Haunt, I don't generally speaking love, but maybe it's fine here. I think Scourge is also okay. Oh, this got buffed. This was 6. 6 upgraded to 8. It probably needed a buff. It was a little bit weak. But I guess it's kind of good with the Joss paper. Lantern. Maybe we find some more soul generation. It is a damage source. 6/7. I don't love it, but let's try it out. Got another easy pool fight here. You love to see it. Ooh. Should we make a big dirge and then hope we find our haunt? Kill him that way? That's a fun way for the enemies to die. Big dirge energy. Okay, we want to find our haunt. Here we go. Clap. Clap. Drink. And we'll let Mr. Osti finish him off. Grave Warden and Borrowed Time are both here. Ooh, boy. My. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. I could go either way, but I'm leaning towards the Borrowed Time. We've got the Reap and the Dirge. Yeah, I know. Grave Warden gives souls, and we skipped a Grave Warden on floor 1. And it's one of the best Necrobinder cards. Like, for sure, but I kind of still think it's Borrowed Time. Yeah, Borrowed is rarer, because it is a uncommon card. Let's upgrade Reap, maybe? We're kind of going to need it for Lagavulin and Matriarch. We're not that good at the Lagavulin and Matriarch fight. Okay, this should be an okay fight for us. So we can Prowess and Full Block. Then we can either play the Haunt or the Bodyguard. I think the bodyguard is generally going to be safer. Alright, so let's borrowed time dirge. And we got him. So let's eat this first one. And then we'll draw a bunch of cards with our souls here and figure out how we want to do this. Okay, that's a way to do this. Invoke, I think, is okay here. Reeve is also fine. This got buffed too. That used to be a smaller damage number. And let's fight an elite here. All right, let's play all of this. Except for the Wisp, I guess. Sucks to take 10, but is what it is. Yeah, Asti, no! Yeah, poor Asti. Perishing. And we'll bodyguard defend. Block as much as we can. And then reap. Eternal Feather's good. This is very good, actually. And lethality is pretty good here with Reap, but maybe we should just finally take our Grave Warden and be happy with that. Yeah, a Spur would be incredible. Spur would be incredible. But yeah, I think we want a Grave Warden. Even though lethality I think is cute, I think Grave Warden is more important. And do we need to rest here? We might. We might need to rest. Maybe upgrading Haunt is enough damage to not... How greedy are you feeling? Well, I don't know how much worse upgrading Haunt is when compared to resting, actually. It's not that different, I don't think. And I think as long as we are comfortable using our energy pot on the dirge that we see when we first draw through the deck, I think we're okay with this. You don't think Haunt is consistent enough? I mean, in general, I agree with you. But I think we're in good enough shape here. All right, so we could Energy Potion Dirge here. That's probably the play. And I think we've got enough of a buffer on our Asti that as long as we play the cards that we need to play. So we want to play an Invoke, and I guess we'll play a Defend here. I mean, I could try one soul here just to see if we find the Wisp or Borrowed Time. Okay, we found Unleash. Kind of not what we wanted to see. We want to keep Osti's health high here. There's a way we could draw this which would be bad, but these are the cards we want to see, and we kind of want to see them on this turn because we're going to keep Osti's health high. I mean, the play could just be simply defend here instead of the unleash. I think it is. And we care about the bodyguard. Okay, that's what we wanted to see. So we can draw 2 cards at the end as well with the soul to make sure that the defend and strike aren't in the draw pile at the start of our next turn. So we're gonna go invoke, bodyguard, play the soul. Mango was gonna lose his mind. Unleash, borrowed time, and could do 2 defends, or we could just simply reap. I think when we reap, we're probably in good enough shape that we're going to kill him before he gets his attacks when we're debuffed. Boy, what a bad draw. Probably won't matter, but that was a extremely bad draw. Bodyguard unleash, borrowed time, reap. Oh, I should have played the Grave Warden first. Not that it matters. He's dead. He's dead, Jim. All right. Very happy. Oh, I should not have played that. Oops. Put Joss Paper on 0. That was a mistake. Little baby misplay. Very happy with upgrading there, though. I mean, yeah. I was feeling pretty good about the fight against the Lagavulin Matriarch. All right, so we got Oblivion, Eradicate, and Necromastery. Necromastery is cute and plays into what we're doing. Oblivion also does. Oblivion is not to be underestimated when it comes to the sort of Souls shenanigans that we're doing right now. This will apply a lot of doom to the enemy on some turns. Necromastery, my beloved. I mean, Necromastery is also nothing wrong with it. Totally good. Pretty good for the Act 2, like hallway fights and stuff too. I don't think it's gonna be Necromastery though, as sad as that is. I kind of feel like it's Oblivion. Oblivion, I think, is gonna be a little bit more powerful overall. Which I hate to... I don't know. But I feel like it probably is simply Oblivion. Not that you should take it for sure, you're just professing your love. Oh, for sure. And it is cute. Like, reflect abilities in any game are like always fun. I don't know why. But something about the mechanics of making the enemy hurt themselves with attacking you makes you just feel like Giga Brain and is just fun. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Oblivion here. There's a lot of reasons to like this card with Souls Generation. Okay, I like these options. I like these options quite a bit. So we're going to be going into the Insatiable. Unfortunately, I was really hoping for the ability to make Dirge play on turn 1, and then I think we just like win the run. Unfortunately, these 3 choices are not win the run types of choices. Pale's Horn is, I think, kind of good here. Not to be underestimated with Borrowed Time, the Oblivion, the Haunts. Like, it's actually a pretty good choice, all things considered. Goopy Defends are nice with Joss. Yep, Goopy Defends are nice with the Joss paper. And Goopy Defends are just, in general, kind of good. And Pale's Legion is excellent as well because it will let us either do a big dirge or, you know, otherwise just block for a lot. It doesn't have to be complicated. It just blocks for a lot. I think all 3 of these options are legitimately quite good. But I am leaning towards the one that I think is probably the least popular and the one that I think people like the least, but I think is kind of underestimated legitimately. And that's Pale's Horn. I think with the Borrowed Time in the deck and setting up a big turn for Oblivion and having the Lantern here, Bag of Prep, there's going to be a lot of fights where we're able to play one of these on turn 1. And when we do, we just win the fight afterwards, even if we take just a tiny bit of block or tiny bit of damage on turn 1. So if I end up being wrong on that, then we will pretend that I never said anything. Late Act Shop, it's a little bit late, but I don't like the path on the left here. All the hallway fights into Elite, then the shop. So I think we'll path through here. Seems right. Ow. Okay, so Oblivion, defend, dirge. I guess Prowess, defend, dirge is also reasonable. Just block as much as we can. Could even do Prowess, defend, invoke, dirge. Let's make it so he doesn't hurt us at all. Give me that back. All right, so here we're gonna relax. Yeah, we want to draw the extra cards. That way we find our soul. Cool. Anything I want to put back in the draw pile? Not really. Maybe Unleash? Maybe, but I don't think so. So we're gonna relax again because we want to play the Oblivion next turn. So if we're relaxing and we're gonna play the Oblivion, we want to just play as much stuff as we can. Oblivion awaits. Oh boy. He's gonna get away, isn't he? This is a disaster. Nope, he's gonna get away. We didn't take any damage, but we lost our borrowed time. I guess that's kind of bad. Grave Warden, I think we grab one of those. Alright, so this is going to be a turn where we just simply relax again. And we relax and haunt. I think so. Haunt's good against these little exoskeletons. So let's Oblivion this one. And we'll get to where we are close to full blocking. Let's see what this draws us. Okay. And then Dirge for 3. We found our Oblivion now. So I think we're not going to play the Relax here, which I think is okay. I don't think we should take any damage here. Should be okay. Let's make this guy die at the end of the turn. And then other exoskeleton is going to be no problemo. Jaws paper on 2. Blight Strike, Death's Door, and Shroud, very thematic. Might just be a skip. Death's Door is okay. It does do pretty well with the prowess that we added to the deck. We don't reliably apply Doom. Not really anyway. So it's either Death Door or skip is basically where my head's at. It's still an okay card. Even if we don't apply Doom super regularly, it just becomes much better when we do. You're addicted to powers in this game? I mean, as you should be. Shroud is just a little bit weak. I mean, Shroud, even with the Oblivion, is like a little unexciting. I'm gonna grab the Death's Door. It might be wrong. Stable Serum. Actually? Stonecracker, that's great. Metamorphosis? Oh boy. I don't think this deck really wants a Metamorphosis, does it? It's not awful. I feel like this is usually the correct choice. But might not be here. Upgrading Oblivion or one of the Relaxes might just be the play. Also not getting the full heal value. I mean, that's true. The free attacks are better when you've got some soul generation, but I think we keep our deck simple. Let's upgrade Oblivion. And let's fight the 2 elites later. I don't think I want to fight that one there. And do I want a Stable Serum here? So that we can play the Wisp? Next turn. Alright, pretty good Oblivion. And then we'll be able to Death's Door to basically full heal. But we have to play another card first. So let's strike and then play. And let's apply more Doom. Ah! Joss Paper! I wasn't ready for you. Okay. So we can still play like prowess and stuff. We could also just simply dirge. Or relax then dirge. So let's play Grave Warden first. And It's Haunt, then a Soul. Okay. Am I giving up on blocking this turn and just trying to do a bunch of damage? The answer might just be yes. So maybe we Oblivion and then play like Souls, Unleash, etc., etc. And then we'll kill him at the end of the turn and take 9. I think that's okay. Well, less than 9. Much less than 9. 1. Just 1. Did Hunter Killer get bug fixed yet, or is it still not listed as an elite? I don't think, I disagree with that sentiment. I don't think this is a very difficult fight at all, actually. Well, okay. It can be with certain decks. The Act 2 hallway fight I find most difficult is the two, well, I guess they're all insects. The ones that put the toxics into your hand, like your next hand, those are crazy difficult. I think that this enemy is less spooky, actually. Okay, and he's dead. We didn't take much damage in that fight. Pot of Ghouls. Okay, that's kind of good. Grave Warden and Afterlife I think are both fine here. Boy, do I grab another Grave Warden? I mean, I think the deck is kind of okay with another one. It's better for now and maybe not as good overall, but I think it's okay. Let's see, so how do we want to open this? We want to make sure we full block for the Bull Bug. So I might Dirge for 1. Which I guess we'll draw... No, we'll not draw a card. I don't think we use a potion here. I think we're going to save both potions. And use at least 1, possibly 2 in this elite fight. And I kind of want to fight the other one if we can. So we definitely full block the Bull Bug. So I think we do Prowess, Defend, Grave Warden, Dirge. All my homies hate the Silk Bull Bug. Your homies are onto something. All right, so let's Haunt, Defend, and Unleash on... Probably the Silk Bull Bug. So we can just simply relax here. We've got our other relax on standby. And then we'll full block the Bull Bug, draw a bunch of cards. We'll have a bunch of the souls. I feel like that's the play, so we'll just Oblivion, I guess, the Slumbering Beetle, and then relax. Alright, it's going to be a good Oblivion here. So let's Oblivion the Slumbering Beetle, and let's see what the souls hit. We'd like the Silk Bull Bug to die, but we'd like the Haunt to hit it first. We'd like the Haunt to hit it first. Better. So I think we're going to go ahead and Reap. Argument to be made for relaxing again, though. I think we do, because I think we want to play these Grave Wardens. The haunts are also block cards, you know? So if we need to kill the front boy, we can. Right, because we're able to block quite a bit here. And in fact, maybe we're able to block enough that we just full block instead of playing the Reap. Yeah, let's just do that. We're going to be weakened again by the Silk Bullbug, but it's fine. Yeah, death is, in fact, the ultimate CC. This is true. There's no better CC than death. Dang, I was hoping to find the other invoke here. But let's just kill these two bullbugs. And should be able to get this guy fully doomed. You're doomed, sir, and you do no damage. Got Joss Paper on 3. No Escape is okay. Bone Shards is okay. It is a Bone Shards plus. I think I'm leaning towards the Bone Shards plus here. I think it's the safest option. Kind of want a tool for Desicena Millipede. Centennial Puzzle, that's a good one. Shopping? We have our own Screaming Skull this time. R.I.P. Mystic Nemo. R.I.P. Mystic Nemo. Yeah. Mystic Nemo at least got like a cultured death. He got to experience death like 8 different times. Sleight of Flesh is crazy damage with Oblivion. And that I think basically solves damage for us for the rest of the game. I think I could... I think I feel confident making that statement. Sleight of Flesh just solves damage for the rest of the game. Why couldn't he just stay dead? He did eventually. Silly looking Hidden Gem. Yeah, Hidden Gem has only ever served me wrong. For the most part anyway. White Star is kind of good because I feel like Necrobinder's rares are just crazy strong. And by rares, I mean Neurosurge. But Sleight of Flesh and then Carter Move on a Strike is also totally okay here. And damage is fully sorted with this. So let's do it. We're gonna have a little extra money. All right, this is a bit of a rough fight for us too. So, what's the play here? Prowess Wisp, Bone Shards, Relax. All of our Grave Wardens are here. All right. I I guess we're going to Oblivion, Sleight of Flesh, Relax here, just so we can draw a bunch of cards for next turn, and then get a big Dirge in play for his multi-attack. So we could do Bone Shards Dirge. We could also play Haunt, but maybe we don't need to play Haunt. If we Bone Shards Dirge, then as long as we find the Oblivion, he's just dead. I hope that ends up being true. I think so. That's so much damage. So do we need to play the Grave Wardens to make sure? Maybe. I think that basically guarantees it, right? I think it does. Pretty sure that's true. Yep, he's dead. Spur. We like Spur. Didn't end up needing to use a potion in that fight. Snap is also kind of okay. We also just grabbed the Bone Shards, which makes the Spur slightly worse, but it's still good. Big Spur fan? Me too. No! Chemical X, my beloved! Chemical X, my beloved! We have a Dirge and we can't get our Chemical X. Ah. Can't we just take a loan? A casual 39 gold loan? What is that second potion you have? This is a Pot of Ghouls. Add 2 souls to your hand. Pretty strong. Chemical less, chemical sad. Yeah. So I don't think we buy anything here. Unfortunately, I think we save our gold. We could maybe do a potion, like an aerobic acid, which maybe could be good for the insatiable fight, but I think we're okay in the insatiable fight. Even Tiny Mailbox is kind of cute. Can't afford that either, but... Fetch is fine. The reason why I'm thinking Fetch is kind of okay is we do have this Oblivion here. So anything that like plays cards is reasonable. It doesn't really hurt us and it doesn't really help us much either. So it's a pretty minimal 77 gold benefit. So I think it's probably worth saving the 77 gold and just leaving. This is the fight I think is the most difficult in the game. Well, not in the game. I don't know, practically. This one's pretty brutal. I almost want to use the Pot of Ghouls now. Like, I think we want to draw cards here. The cards in hand are not that good. Oh, shit. Joss Paper drew us an extra card. I should have played something first. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and Bone Shards. And then I suppose we'll just Bodyguard and then play both Grave Wardens. Unless I want to strike instead. No, I probably just Grave Warden. So I think the play here is just Relax Plus. We'll take a little bit of damage, but not too bad. Take just 2. Hoping to find our Oblivion so we can play the Death's Door. Let's just play 1 Toxic and then a Soul. Boy, this is kind of our meats and cheeses down there. Our tasty ones. Let's do Relax. And I don't want to draw a card here. Oh shit, I don't want to draw a card here. Maybe it'll just be Ascender's Bane and we'll be fine. Just believe. All right, take the 5 and then I think we're done taking damage. God, all these toxics. Just play one of them. Draw cards. Is it possible to kill on this turn? So we got 33 plus 12. Is that enough? Wait, 33 plus 12. That's 45. Yeah, okay. Not enough. So I guess we try to block through this. We just play Toxic, Toxic, Toxic Bone Shards. Unless we draw a Grave Warden, which is actually better. Yeah. So if we were to do Prowess, Bone Shards, Grave Warden, so Bone Shards essentially blocks for 8. And Spur also blocks, so this is 5, these are all 5. This is 8, this is 8. And this could be seen as 4 if we were to play both of these. So I think we're just gonna do Bone Shards, Grave Warden, Toxic, Toxic. Though, I suppose if we play both Toxics, let's see if we draw a Soul, and maybe that's the route we wanna go first, because then we might draw more block. So let's do those first. Okay, we did. Yep, so this is our best block card. So still take 3. God, this fight's brutal. Oblivion awaits, my dude. Potion of Doom. Capture Spirit. And let's fight an elite here. If we need to rest, we rest. Yeah, this is a bad fight for us, but should be okay. Bone Shards Relax. Will almost full block. Will be 1 short. Which maybe is perfect, because then we draw a big giant hand to do stuff with. We can get our Sleight of Flesh in play. I think this is kind of ideal. So we'll be able to get like Prowess in play, and Haunt is gone, but we've got like the Sleight of Flesh Oblivion stuff. So let's do... Prowess and the Grave Wardens for sure. We also could kill one if we wanted with like Unleash and Reap. And we could kill like the middle one. We could also Wisp and see what we draw first. Defend. All right. So we could kill this one, which is like blocking for 16. But blocking for 16 for 4 isn't quite good enough. So I think we're just going to play the Prowess and then a bunch of the block cards. So they're hitting for, let's see, 16 plus 16, so 32. We're going to draw a bunch of cards next turn, so we're going to be able to kill one almost for sure with Sleight of Flesh and Oblivion. You approve of the Prowess play? Good. Alright, found our Oblivion, so we're going to be able to kill one. Let's kill the back one. Or are we? No, we're not. Why would I say that? I mean, we're able to doom him. Why did I feel like I was gonna have a bunch of energy? Should have slowed down and paid more attention. So we're doing 9 per card. Because you have the energy in your soul? Yeah, but that's not enough. So if we Oblivion... No matter who we Oblivion, the 3 cards we play afterwards are not going to be enough. So I guess we want to just doom this one with the most health? I mean, I could also just potion to doom him and then kill him. That might have been incorrect. Alright, so if we were to dirge here, would that be enough for us to full block? No. We also can't kill. I mean, we could just kill with Reap. And then we've got Bone Shards next turn. Let's just do that. So let's get our Haunt in play. Let's play the first soul. Ooh, interesting. Do we have lethal? Oblivion here. Or Oblivion... Yeah, Oblivion here, Bone Shard. Yeah, I think we do. Ooh, Cloak Clasp is really good. Cloak Clasp is very good. Okay, I think Countdown is not very strong. It's kind of nice to secure some damage from Death's Door and Sleight of Flesh. It's a little bit slow, but I like a little bit more damage for the Insatiable, so I'm going to take it. And unfortunately, I think maybe rest here? I don't know. Maybe with a Power Pot and a Dex Pot, we don't need it. Maybe the Insatiable is actually going to be an okay fight. If we can get away with an upgrade, I'd really like to. I'd really like to upgrade Sleight of Flesh specifically. I think for this fight, let's just do it. Can start with a Haunt Relax. Could maybe play a Power Pot here too. See what this gives us. I guess Necromastery. We may not need to use the Dex Pot. Alright, so Sleight of Flesh here for sure. And then both the Frantic Escapes and the Defend, I suppose. Or I guess the Bodyguard does 5 more damage to him. Could also maybe be convinced to just play 1 Frantic Escape. Alright, so we're gonna Oblivion here for sure. So Oblivion, Prowess, just play all the cards. Could have done Bone Shard's Bodyguard. Would that have been more? You might be right. Ooh, I want to get the countdown in play. Yeah, I think we just do that. I think we count down Frantic Escape. It's a little sketchy. Okay. So here, is it just Dirge? And we'll take some damage. Yeah, we've got enough Frantic Escapes at 1 cost in the draw pile. Okay. So should be able to do a lot of damage on this turn. We're going to play the Grave Wardens in the hope of... Shoot. Getting more cards we can play. Didn't get it, but that's okay. So I want to play 1 of the Frantic Escapes because technically we could die next turn. And it seems extremely unlikely, but it is possible. So I'm going to play 1 of them. I guess if we play Capture Spirit... No, it's always still possible. It's always still possible, so I'm going to play 1 of them because I think we're otherwise doing really well in this run. Hey bro, I must say I'm pretty unimpressed with your Spire 2 gameplay. Fair enough, as you should be. And we do have Haunt in play as well, so maybe Capture Spirit's the line here. Do I like that better than the Grave Warden? We got a lot of block we're getting with the Cloak Clasp too. Okay, so we can kill him this turn? We can make him doomed anyway. Okay, and we more or less full block. More or less full block. Actually, we do full block. See you later, nerd. Have you played another Battle Brawl? I have not, but I maybe should. I wasn't prepared to... Oh yeah, so my plan for the next Battle Brawl was to try to make it so that it was like a bit more complicated, a bit more involved. Kind of forgot about the Battle Brawls. No, I think I'm going to stick with trying to play Darkest Dungeon tomorrow. Is going to be the plan. I'm going to futz with some of the mods to see if I can get a Battle Brawl with sort of a fun plan for the future. Hopefully near future though. I've got that on my short list. All right, do I think Devour Life is a good enough card to add to the deck? It's kind of weak. The upgrade is a lot better. But at the moment, it's kind of weak. Scrumptious Souls, I mean, it's scrumptious, but it doesn't... Like, another way of looking at it is, you know, at the expense of playing the card and drawing the card, you can add... It's kind of like adding one dex onto like Dirge, Grave Warden, Capture Spirit. So it's like adding 3 to Capture Spirit, 1 to each Grave Warden, and X to the Dirge, which is unfortunately, I think, a little too weak still. I might just go with Call of the Void. Call of the Void is also like block because of Cloak Clasp. I think with the Cloak Clasp, I think I like Call of the Void better. Unfortunately, that's just better. All right, we love cooking. Cooking at rest sites, I think, is pretty good for this deck. Because if we're able to remove some of the junk and just get it down to our juicy stuff, we're pretty happy with that. Get it down to just the Grave Wardens, basically. Aeon Glass and Queen. Aeon Glass is maybe a little bit of a problem. We need to make sure we line up our Sleight of Flesh in play before we get a big Oblivion turn. So none of the other options are good here. Tri-Boomerang and Claws are pretty bad. So I think we like the Meat Cleaver. We want to hit up a shop. The arrangement is garbage for shopping. Especially if we want to also cook at rest sites. But I think we like cooking at rest sites. We like it a lot. I think it's pretty important. And the other options are bad. This is an unfortunate Act 3 reward. Could also potentially go this way if we want to shop, but I think the Carter moves from the Meat Cleaver are going to be more important. I guess we'll Meat Cleaver. But we may not actually end up getting that much use out of it. Even the defense aren't that bad. We mostly just want to get rid of this one strike. Yeah, tank's kind of letting us down there. All right, so let's just start out relaxing. And Bodyguard. Tanks for nothing. All right, can we kill? I think we can. Maybe should have played the Call of the Void there. I don't think it will matter. And let's invoke. Okay, there we go. Skip. I don't think we want any of these. I did misplay there with Joss Paper though. I'll never forgive you for that dirge. The 0 cost dirge. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, I don't think we want another invoke. Ooh. We definitely don't want to get rid of our dirge. We definitely don't want to get rid of Oblivion. We do want to get rid of the strike. Boy, it's making the meat cleaver less and less good. How disappointing. Okay, so we're for sure gonna relax and defend. And I suppose would we rather, let's see, so if we do Wisp and then Capture Spirit, we'll gain 4 more block, which will put us at 27 total. And we're getting hit for 28, so actually we can't just Wisp and Capture Spirit. We need to Wisp and something else. So I suppose I'll just make it the Bodyguard. Spur heals for more now too. Okay. So we can Oblivion and then Doom one. So let's Doom the middle one. And Bone Shards is kind of good. We end up losing a little bit of our spur value, but still going to be better to play it than not. And then I think we just Spur Dirge. Maybe Call the Void. Maybe we want to Call the Void here. Do we want to Haunt here? I guess we want this guy to be fully doomed too. Just Dirge and keep the Spur. Yeah, I want this guy to die via the Doom this turn. So I kind of want to play a few more cards. Dirge for 0 just to doom him? You saw nothing. Okay, so I'm gonna revoke my Dirge license. Yeah, I've been kind of abusing it, haven't I? Unethical. Unethical. I won't disagree. Okay, there we go. Oh, actually. Doesn't matter. We've got our Cloak Clasp. Cloak Clasp is so good. Blessing of the Forge. On other Slay the Spire streams, I can highlight relic icons and see their effects. Oh yeah, there's a plugin for it that I've not bothered with. Since this is just a one-off Spire stream, I didn't want to go to the effort of setting it up. All right, I think I like the Blessing of the Forge, and I guess we'll get rid of Liquid Bronze. Defy? Defy is great. Some form of weak is very welcome. All right, very happy to do a payment plan, divine 6 times, and then simply cook our debt away. There's the curse. So do we want to just get more gold? Probably not. Maybe we try to find a different card. Someone should make such a plugin for Battle Brothers. Yeah, they should. That'd be really cool. Yeah, I think let's just try to find... We don't really care about gold, probably. I mean, unless this happens to be a shop. Because I think our route is going to take us through these campfires. I think it's going to be the way we're going to do it. Oh, all right. Lethality, Putrefy, and Dredge. Wow. So we actually aren't really doing any attacks except for Unleash, or sometimes Reap, but I guess Lethality doesn't really help us that much. Putrefy is good. So it's probably just Putrefy. Maybe Dredge is not to be slept on, though. It lets us, especially when we upgrade it, it gets Retain. And being able to do Oblivion more than once in a turn, or on the right turn, is really important, actually. I think I like Dredge here. You like saying putrefy, like the Emperor from Star Wars, as you should. And I think we'll keep these pots over the colorless pot. So will this be just a shop? It's like a shop. None of the above? None of the above. I don't like any of these. Skip? We don't want to get rid of Bag of Prep. We don't want to get rid of Joss Paper. We don't want to get rid of Lantern. Wow, this sucks. What attacks could be upgraded? Unleash? Unleash. I'm gonna do the bottom one, I guess. We'll trade the Lantern for the Strawberry. That's terrible. So we have a crossroads. We're at a crossroads. It's very important that we cook one time. Well, not very important. It's kind of important that we cook one time. So we can either go this way, or we've got 299 gold to go that way. Right, so we can hit up a shop and basically buy a relic of our choice, or hit up 2 extra rest sites where we'll get rid of debt and a defend, then a defend and a defend, and then a defend and a bodyguard. Could upgrade the relaxes if things go well. We also could do that, which would be great. I think I like the rest sites better. We're just gonna win the run with a glut of extra gold. Or gamble it all on one shop. I mean, one shop is like relic of your choice, plus probably a card for this amount of gold that we've got. So it's still pretty good. But I think we just cook. So let's get rid of a debt and a defend. I might even get rid of the Reap too. How often do you use Capture? Capture Spirit? That's a good question. How often do we use Capture Spirit? I mean, sometimes. I think it gets used sometimes. We want to put as many souls as we can just for Oblivion plays. Maybe upgrade Dredge? See, I think that's actually a pretty good choice. Getting a double Oblivion turn is kind of the key to being able to kill. The double Oblivion turn that we're able to line up with some souls. Or even the single Oblivion turn with a bunch of souls, that also kind of works. So it's a pretty important upgrade. I'm going to cook on the very first shop here. And oddly enough, I think I'm going to get rid of this Reap. I'm going to get rid of a Reap and a Defend. We pretty much never want to draw the Reap. I think that's just true. We don't even really like the Wisp that much, but sometimes it lines up nicely for us. And it's good to dredge up. Ow. So do we play a Relax or do we Oblivion and then like Capture Spirit, Defend, Death's Door? Might be that. Yeah, Asti has perished, but he comes back. He's relentless. We like that. So Defy is good here. We could dredge an Oblivion Death's Door or something. I don't think I really care about that much. Maybe Call of the Void will be better, so maybe it's just like Defy, Grave Warden, Call the Void. Or Defy, Invoke. Maybe that's better. $46, that's a pretty big number, huh? Let's see what the soul draws us. We can block for a lot, but not all of this. Right, because we can Prowess, Defend Grave Warden. There's a lot of things here that block for us. We want to get the Sleight of Flesh in play, though. Maybe this is kind of bad. Yeah, Sleight of Flesh feels pretty important here. So maybe we just play basically everything from Wisp on to the right. Take a big hurt, but draw a bunch of cards. Okay, so let's play a Grave Warden and a Haunt, I guess? Okay, let's play this other Grave Warden. All right, finally a more relaxed turn. I think we play the Relax, which will draw us 2 extra cards. Pendulum's on cooldown, so we can dredge up our Oblivion for next turn. And then try to do a bunch of damage. I think that's going to be the play. All right, so we're going to dredge that up. And what does the ordering look like for dredge? So if you dredge multiple cards, and you can only put 2 into your hand, how does it pick which 2? I don't know the answer to that. So the way I'm going to do it is we're going to choose Soul, Oblivion, Soul. So whether it starts from the back or the front. Oh, okay. That's how it works. Alright, almost got him. Just need to do a little bit of damage here. Yeah, he's dead. Devour Life is here again. My opinion of Devour Life is changing very slightly by the fact that we are able to remove the defense. So it makes it a little bit better. I don't know if it's good enough. I still don't think it is. But now that we're also facing the Queen, block is slightly less good against the Queen when compared to, since, you know, she does the "you are mine" thing. And so then the souls are guaranteed to gain the extra 1. But then I think we want to upgrade it if we're going to add it to the deck. And I don't know that we want to upgrade it. I don't think we do. We'd rather upgrade our Relaxes. Even Call the Void's not bad. Upgrading Dredge is maybe also important. I think we skip. Could also snap. There's something to be said for giving a card retain. There are times where that's quite good. I think we skip. Devourless? Devourless. Yeah, I guess I upgrade the Dredge. It's kind of an important upgrade. This is a little bit painful, but it feels like an important upgrade. Not so good in this fight, though. So we have to do Sleight of Flesh. So is it just Sleight of Flesh Grave Warden? I guess. All right, Wisp, Relax, Defy seems pretty good. We're gonna lose our Dredge here, but I think that's okay. And we're close enough to full blocking here. We are full blocking, okay. Well, we were close enough. Technically true. All right, so let's Oblivion the Magi Knight. And then we just want to draw a bunch of cards, so let's play all of our Soul Generation first. And I think he's going to die almost no matter what, so I'm not even going to bother doing things onto him. Let's attack the Flail Knight. Yeah, he's dead. So we want to play the Death's Door before the end of the turn. Let's get it back up to being upgraded. No, it never was upgraded. Duh. So maybe what we really care about is just generating more souls. So Grave Warden. Capture Spirit Grave Warden. And yeah, we lost our prowess that last turn, which is okay. Alright, Haunt is totally reasonable here. And then we'll play the Oblivion, I guess on Spectral Knight, because we're pretty much just going to kill him. Okay. That was fun. Regal Pillows, kind of pointless. Borrowed Time? I think we like a Borrowed Time. We had a Borrowed Time stolen from us long, long ago in Act 2. We finally get one back. I think we like it quite a bit. We want energy. So do we like Duplicator more than we like some of these potions? I think we do. Yeah, we got it back. It took us a little while, but we got our Borrowed Time back. It was just being borrowed. Yeah, I don't know. This boss gauntlet is actually going to be kind of tough for us. And I feel like we like the Duplicator. And I think we like it better than the Dex pot, because I think Blessing of the Forge we're going to end up using on a Relax. We might like duplicate Sleight of Flesh. We may end up duplicating Dirge or Borrowed Time before a Dirge, or possibly even Oblivion, even a Relax. I feel like that's going to be the play. Okay, so what's the line here? I don't think I'm going to play the Bone Shards. I think I'm going to Haunt Grave Warden, Grave Warden. Is that true? I almost kind of want to Defy too, potentially. This fight is kind of bad for us. It's like really bad, actually. Right? I think this fight sucks. So Oblivion's not actually going to hit anything. Countdown might help get rid of artifact stacks. We're going to want to play the Call of the Void. Let's see what the soul draws us. A Relax. So we could dredge back up the Oblivion and play 2 Grave Wardens. Maybe that's okay. It's pretty slow. Okay. So we need to play the Sleight of Flesh for sure. We can end with a Borrowed Time. and then do a big dirge at the end. The souls still do pretty good damage here. I want to get Sleight of Flesh in play, but maybe it's not as critical. Maybe we can more or less do the damage we need with Haunt here. Because we're going to be able to make a huge number of souls. And then we can invoke. And between Wisp and Borrowed Time make a huge dirge. And that might just be enough damage. So what I'm thinking is Grave Warden, Wisp, Invoke, then Borrowed Time Dirge, and just play those. We're gonna take a little bit of damage here, but I think then we don't take damage in the rest of this fight. I think that we should be able to more or less just be lethal here. Borrowed Time is here. We can do that at the end for a big relax. So that lets us, eases the tension a little bit to play some other cards. For us to play a soul. Okay, Oblivion will let us, I don't know, do something. Bone Shards is cute, but does it really help us that much? I guess not. So let's just borrow time, and then we get to play, I guess, like, just the relax. But still managed to almost full block. And now we should hopefully be able to kill someone, I guess? Maybe? Hello? So might not play the Sleight of Flesh still. I think we want to play the Capture Spirit and the Grave Wardens, and then we get to play a soul. We can Unleash and Flatten. But let's see what the souls decide they want to hit. Because we got 19 damage there. Let's just do it here before we shuffle. I guess this will make this kill so we don't take the damage. Surely one of the souls will decide that it wants to hit this guy? Okay, good. Alright, so we got there. Pretty slow, pretty bad, pretty not good. Oh no. I guess it doesn't matter. Just relax. Let's get our pendulum and Joss paper primed up a little bit. But I guess only a little bit. Speed potion. I think we keep these ones. Grave Warden plus? I think we like a Grave Warden plus. And then we more or less full heal, but not quite. I feel like all three of these options are actually kind of legitimate. It's probably, I think, still just cooking. Right, because I think we just want to cook away the two defends. Possibly even Unleash. And, oops, is there anything we really want to smith? Smithing the Invoke, I think, is pretty good. Smithing the borrowed time is also pretty good. Smithing the relaxes is alright. We've got our blessing in the forge though. I'm gonna cook. Do I get rid of unleash instead of defend? Is that crazy? Do I get rid of bodyguard instead of defend? No, I think I just get rid of both of the defends. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. The starter cards are gone. I don't know, we'll see. So we need to get rid of all these artifact charges. I guess we're kind of relying on countdown a little bit to do that. We're not going to use any potions right now. I think this turn is just going to be Oblivion, Defy, Grave Warden, Capture Spirit. Get rid of a few artifact charges. And we'll take just enough damage to draw some extra cards. That'll let us get Prowess in play, which will be good. Oblivion plus play 3 cards to get rid of Artifact easy. I know, I wish. I wish. So we're gonna play Borrowed Time at the end to relax. So we'll go ahead and Prowess, Grave Warden, Call of the Void relax. We could also Prowess, Call of the Void, Borrowed Time relax. Call of the Void could do some good stuff for us. Could just get Prowess on the shuffle. Banshee's Cry. Not what we were hoping for. So we've got our countdown here. Sleight of Flesh still in the draw pile. Let's see what Soul finds. Okay, Sleight of Flesh, good. So maybe we do... I return, you've been treating Dirge well, yes? Sometimes. Sometimes we do. So I don't really want to play a soul because I want to draw into not shuffling so we can dredge up like Oblivion and honestly just some discarded souls maybe, and try to get as big of a turn as we can. So let's... Boy, I don't know. Maybe the turn after this is the one we want to make a big turn, though. Or maybe we try to just cycle through the deck one more time. Because I guess getting the Haunt in play and even the Invoke for next turn is pretty good. Yeah, let's get the Haunt in play. And let's try to Invoke here. So let's exactly draw it. And yeah. Just leave it like that. Okay, so Prowess, Grave Warden. Death's Door, Borrowed Time, Relax. Cozy, look inside Aeon Glass. So actually Spur, Borrowed Time, Relax. Okay. Will we be able to do our big turn here? Oh, good God. We found our withers and not the souls. But we'll still be able to do a pretty big turn this turn, like regardless. It's possible we don't dredge this turn. Maybe we dredge next turn. Because it's the Sleight of Flesh that's doing the real damage here. Though we could, of course, dredge up like more Grave Wardens and a Borrowed Time. So maybe that's worth. Yeah, we'll dredge here. So let's grab the other Oblivion, or Oblivion again. And then Death's Door, because we're going to need a monstrous amount of block this turn. And then Osty's not that big, so maybe just we don't bother with the Borrowed Time. We just grab these. Yeah, I don't know. I think I misplayed that. I'm not convinced that that was right. Enfeebling Touch could be good for the future. It's not really that good right now. So I like putting it back in the draw pile. Or like back in the, yeah, back in the draw pile. So we're going to invoke here for sure. We're going to defy. So I guess we're going to Enfeebling Touch, invoke, defy. And then just pass the turn. Some pretty big witherings there. So let's do a big dirge. This might even be worth, because we do at least have Haunt in play. I wonder if it's worth doing Wisp and then Duplicator Pot for the dirge. I kind of feel like maybe that's the play. Yeah, I think so. And then, of course, we can play Souls. Or just rely on them for next turn. Let's fill our hand so that we at least get the block from Cloak Clasp. Keeps our Osty health a little higher. Sentry mode. It's pretty slow. We may end up playing that. Spur. We like Spur. We like Death's Door. So maybe Death's Door, Grave Warden. Just gotta find that Oblivion. Cleanse. We like that. That's a good one. Ooh, we found our Oblivion. Maybe not the best turn for it though. shoot, I don't want to lose Enfeebling Touch, but I wanted to play the Grave Warden. A lot of withers. Feeling a little withered. Ow. Alright, so we've got him dead. So we just need to block as much as we can, get a Defy in play. No! I shouldn't have done that. That was a big oops. That was a big oopsie. Oops. Shit. I wanted to play the Borrowed Time because I wanted to defy him. Man. That was a misplay. I'm gonna take a bunch of damage. That is not a good sign for the queen fight. I just misplayed that. That's sad. Alright, Defy, Grave Warden, Invoke, I suppose is the play here. Lucky 7 HP. Is it lucky? We could also just relax. We are able to still full block with Cloak Clasp. Maybe that is the play. We let Defy fall off. I don't really want to let Defy fall off. And I kind of want to play the Call of the Void. Kind of need to rely on Call of the Void giving us something scrumptious and delicious. But maybe Relax Plus is just the play. Hit this on the shuffle. Countdown to our death. I mean, it's still possible to do this fight with 7 HP. It feels possible. We gotta get pretty lucky with our draws. Maybe I keep the Relax. Maybe it's Defy, Call the Void, Invoke. I wonder if we Blessing of the Forge this hand so that the Invoke is bigger. That can't possibly be right. Let's just relax. So we're fine in this fight, or in this on this turn. The Oblivion doesn't do much for us yet. Is this the turn where we Blessing of the Forge? Might be. Looks like it probably is. Upgrade our Relax. Because we're going to do Oblivion, Relax, Dirge. And I guess we'll Oblivion the Queen. Got a big enough Asti. Alright, so what can we dredge up here? We can Sleight of Flesh and then dredge something. We want to keep invoking and generating souls. So I guess we can dredge first before we do the Sleight of Flesh if we're going to do Oblivion. So we need to figure out how much we can block. Could Borrowed Time hit anything big here? I guess not really. So we're gonna grab Death's Door, Oblivion, Grave Warden. Could also hang on to the Dredge and say we're not gonna use it quite yet. There's an argument to be made for that. But I think yeah, I don't know. We need to generate more souls. So Grave Warden can be one of the cards we play. So if we play Grave Warden, Prowess, Dredge thing, Borrowed Time, play 2 cards, which I guess will be Death's Door, Invoke, Oblivion, Death's Door, Invoke. And this will draw not enough cards. Hold on. No, yeah, it will draw enough. So let's do Oblivion, Death's Door, Invoke. We're gonna Oblivion the Queen. Going straight for the Queen. All right, we Oblivion the Queen again. And do we play Haunt or not? Might not. We may end up relying on this soul instead. Let's see what happens. Let's see what we draw. All right, we got a Borrowed Time. I actually kind of like that. I think that's good. Let's play these cards first so that we get more souls in the draw pile. Okay, these are actually pretty good. I think we're gonna end up playing this Spur. We can do this soul first. So, Spur, Grave Warden, Borrowed Time to play a Call of the Void. So then it's a question of if we play the Grave Warden or Bodyguard. If we play the Grave Warden, we get another soul. However, if we play the Bodyguard, we gain a little bit more Asti health, and we're gonna still almost full block. We'll be 1 shy. Let's do that. Okay, Fetch is fine. That's a pretty good card for Call of the Void to generate. And pretty happy to see this Death's Door. I'd like to try to find the Invoke, so I am going to play one of these souls. I guess we could play the Fetch instead. Found it. So maybe we play Invoke. Kind of want to get the countdown rolling. Definitely need to play Grave Warden. Maybe kind of want to play Death's Door though. No, I think we do Grave Warden, Death's Door. Try to keep Asti as healthy as possible. We're gonna get hit pretty big here in just a moment. Can confirm, attack is big. So let's do this big soul. We'll Grave Warden and Haunt before we draw more cards. Found Oblivion. Oblivion will let us Death's Door for more. Let's Oblivion on the Queen still. Is that still the play? I think so. Borrowed Time is here. That's really good. So we can do Invoke, Invoke, Borrowed Time. Wish I could play these souls. Do I play both invokes? Yeah, I think so. I guess maybe I don't play the borrowed time because maybe I don't play the unleash and just get the tiny bit of extra block from cloak class, but maybe that matters more. So maybe it's invoke, Death's Door. I mean, we're almost dying here. It's pretty close. But I suppose borrowed time does also play an extra card, and maybe then we just play the unleash. Also, if we let this invoke Ethereal away, then we do draw an extra card for next turn, which may be relevant. We are full blocking enough, right? Because we've got 27 plus 21 plus the 5 from cloak class will be 53. And we're getting hit for 48. So we are full blocking, though we're at the expense of some Asti health. Maybe we let the invoke wear off and we just draw the one extra card. Argument to be made for borrowed time and then just like unleash invoke, because that's going to do a ton of damage to the queen. But I'm going to do it like this. We'll be able to play our spur. We got an extra spur? Wow, that's really good. So let's play this Grave Warden and then the Souls to draw cards, see what we get. So we're probably going to play Grave Warden, Spur, Countdown. Then we can also Bodyguard. Ooh, we get borrowed time. So let's see what we draw. An invoke. We definitely want to play an invoke. I mean, I'm pretty convinced we want to play a countdown since we've got Death's Door on the draw pile. I guess we see if we draw the Death's Door. How's that for next turn's draw? Maybe a little bit of a problem because we kind of need some souls in there. So there's our Death's Door. So let's play Grave Warden, Borrowed Time, where we're gonna play Spur Countdown, or maybe Spur Bodyguard. Let's do the Bodyguard. Kind of really want Countdown out of the draw. Yeah, I know. I agree with you. I also want that out of there. Okay, Enfeebling Touch is going to be really good for later. We've nearly got the Queen doomed. Actually, are we able to kill the Queen this turn? Yes. No, she's just dead. She's just dead. Got her. Wow. That's amazing. Okay. Take that, Spire. All right. GG, well played, no re. That is the, that's the spirit. Brings me back to being a 12-year-old playing some StarCraft Brood War. You lose a couple times, and then you win a couple times, and then you say that. We didn't rest at all? Wow. I kind of didn't realize. Elite Killer, Stuffed, Rain and Money, Supreme, Restless. That sounds about right. What a weird run. That was a really fun one. I forgot how fun this game is. I think if I just hadn't have been so greedy in the first couple runs of the day, that would have been better. Too busy winning? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, like, just tried to push greed too hard. Sort of forgot maybe you don't need to. Like I said, it's been a hot minute since I've played some Spire. Been away from it for a bit. Okay, well that's where I think I'm gonna call it for the day. I've got to wake up, do some stuff outside, clean the garage, weed the garden, take the dogs on a walk, make some food, take a shower, live my life, do these sorts of things. I will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna set up Darkest Dungeon to stream for the first time tomorrow. People have been clamoring for it, excited about it, talking about it. So I'll make an announcement in the Discord for those who are interested in. Thanks for everyone for hanging out. I know this is less popular than the Battle Brothers streams. I think there's not as many familiar faces, but there are some new ones finding the Spire stream. So I will be back tomorrow for some Darkest Dungeon. And so until then, to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.